What if I were to suggest that you play a key role in the awakening world? And that you are watching this because you have heard the call. We can start right now by opening our hearts and minds. Welcome to the awakening world.
Good evening, everybody. I am Love Coach Scott Katamas, and welcome to the Awakening World. It's our Saturday night edition. And tonight's one of those nights that I'm just almost in awe of the different guests that we have with us. We've got some amazing people with us, and we're going to learn all about a wonderful organization called the Visioneers. And we have some really wonderful gifts. Our presenters that are with us tonight I've actually created several special offerings and gifts for us. We are the Global Peace Tribe. So let me show you briefly who's going to be with us tonight. We are highlighting this wonderful couple, Desmond and Jerry. They are the founders of the Visioneers, and we're going to learn all about not only their organization, but their brilliant ideas for how to create global change on a massive scale. And I'm really excited that Rianne Eisler is back with us. She was on the show back when it was Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. She's an amazing best-selling author. She wrote The Chalice and the Blade, among other artistic achievements, and it's really one of the great books of our culture. And speaking of books, we've got a man who shepherds so many things, so many wonderful books. The great Kurt Johnson is back with us, and we love Kurt. And Kurt is one of the hardest working people I know. He's the founder of Light and Light Press, Light and Light magazines, and the Convergence series on Voice America. And he's brought with us some of his friends that have written some wonderful new books, and we're going to learn all about them. And that includes, there is one of them. And along those lines, his friend Victoria Friedman is here. And Victoria is a global peace triber. So we're going to hear from her and all about her contribution to these two wonderful new children's books. And Summer Joy Raymer is with us. Now, you know, Summer is amazing. She does 24-hour dance marathons. She's done a few now, which I've participated in, not for 24 hours, but there was one night I had my camera on all night long, and look, and there you were dancing away all night. So anyway, Summer Joy's got some really special things for us tonight, and we're really excited to have you back with us, Summer Joy. Thank you so much. It's Saturday night, which means music, lots of good music, and that always starts with our beautiful house musical artist, the wonderful Omashar, and one of our absolute favorite musical artists is back. Tatiana Speed is with us, and there she is. And Tatiana, it's always so good to have you with us. You are absolutely one of our favorites. And most importantly is our wonderful audience. And I'm going to gallery view, and there are all of our many friends. Eleanor Joy, who will be leading the dance party, Dana Tomasino, Bonnie and Roger, Lennon Leaf, Reverend Jeffrey, Maureen Edwardson. A lot of your Victoria, British Columbia friends are here with us tonight. Maureen, I know you're part of that tribe. And many, many others. The Wild Monk, Jerry Anderson, is with us from the Mystic Monastery, and Ayana, Doug, Susan, to us from Europe. Oh, it's pretty wonderful to see each and every one of you. And of course, those of you who haven't turned on your cameras, it's great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. So welcome to what's going to be a really beautiful and special edition of tonight's show. So one of the things I thought would be fun, just as a start, is how a lot of you know each other. Because we've got some people here that have been in the realm of creating an awakening world, not necessarily on this show, although most of you have been on the show, for quite some time. And so, Kurt Johnson, I think you've got quite the relationship with Desmond and Jerry, don't you?
Well, my connection there, thanks to Tatiana, actually, is a Lifetime Achievement Award. But also, we're working on several projects together through these networks that are working. So it's great to be on another program with you guys again, and great to see you. So I go way, way back with Victoria through everything that's gone in the New York City transformational community for 30, 40 years. Summer and John, clear back to the beginning of Sign and Unity Earth. Rihanna and I met through Global Oneness Summit, and we've been doing work together ever since. And of course, you guys that are all part of the evolutionary leaders community, we're all in the same puppy dog little pot. So it's great to see everybody.
And I even know some of the people who are in the audience, because one of them just posted a welcome to me, which is lovely. Thank you so much.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And I guess we've got a lot of people watching from Australia, friends of Desmond and Jerry, so thank you for that. You know, we were going to have Chief Phil do an opening prayer, but he must be running late. He's not with us yet. So Tatiana, I'm going to go to you in a moment for your opening song. But would you like to share with us a little bit about your relationship to the Visioneers and some of the people that are here with us tonight?
Sure. Well, I was going to tell this story a little later, and maybe I'll still save it actually, but I've known Jerry and Des since I was 8 years old. They're very, very, very dear to my heart. They're like another set of grandparents that I get to have, and also two people that have deeply inspired and changed the course of my life, really. It's the reason that I know you, Scott, because of the network that Des and Jerry have opened to me, and I love them dearly. So it's really special to be here tonight with them.
Wonderful. Well, we're going to, of course, be hearing from Desmond and Jerry, but we always like to start our shows with music, and we love your music, Tatiana. Thank you so much for being with us, and take it away.
Sure. Well, since the theme tonight is love, the two songs I'm going to play for you tonight are love songs. This one is a song that I just wrote a few days ago for my Oasis Women's Circle. Each circle that I lead, I really tune into the group, and a song emerges. It just emerges usually the night before the circle. And I've been leading these women's circles. They've been like just a blessing in my life to be bringing forward this work that's just healing, nourishment for women. And as I brought forward the song for this week, it really felt like the frequency of divine love, and this message to just forgive ourselves, forgive each other, and walk each other home in love. So this is actually doesn't have a name yet. It's still very new, but I turn towards myself with a rose of forgiveness and a lily of mercy. And gentleness. I turn towards my heart as the altar of redemption. Please remind me how to love. Remind me why I came. All these years, all of the ages, struggling so hard to find my way. All these years, all of the ages, but all of this time I've been held in love's embrace. Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya. Let love carry me home. Let love carry me home. Let love carry me. Let love carry me home. I am ready to love. I am ready to give. Open wide my heart and truly live. I turn towards you with a rose of forgiveness and a lily of mercy and understanding. I turn towards your heart as the altar of our love. I'm so sorry for missing you so completely. All these years, all of the ages, struggling, fighting and forgetting. All these years, all of the ages, all of this time, we've been held in love's embrace. Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya. Let love carry me home. Let love carry me home. Let love carry me. Let love carry me home. We are ready to love. We are ready to see the love that's shining out from you, that's shining out from me. Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya. We are so much more than we ever knew. I see it so clearly, I see you. We are so much more than we ever knew. I see it clearly, I see the truth. We are so much more than we ever knew. I see it so clearly, I see you. We are so much more than we ever knew. I open my heart to the truth. Love, carry me home. Love, carry me home.
Going to gallery view. Let's all twinkle and send our just beautiful love and appreciation to Tatiana. You know, usually during the songs, I like to flip to the different people moving and dancing, but honestly, that was just so soft and so deep. I kept the camera on you the whole time, and the internet was good, Tatiana. We didn't have an internet challenge.
Oh, thank God.
And
I'm so glad to hear
I'm
that.
sure that already people are putting in beautiful comments. Everything from Dr. Laura's song, dog was singing with you, to beautiful comments from Kathy and Susan and Omashar. And I'm sure we all want more Tatiana. She's going to do another song tonight, but there's a chance for us to have an entire concert with her. Tatiana, tell us about what's happening on December 21st.
Yeah, so on December 21st, I'm going to be doing, it's called Lullabies for Adults. It's songs like this, just soft, gentle, nourishing music. And it's going to be included with a somatic sound journey, so guiding you into your body and into your heart at the same time. And it's something that I've been creating for a couple months now. It's a really beautiful, nourishing, deep journey into your own soul and body. And it'd be wonderful to have any of you there that would like to come. It's I think it's going to be a really sweet way to share some moments at winter solstice and really honor this time of year as well. Winter solstice feels very like a very important moment to reset, to recalibrate, to rest, to be with ourselves, and to journey into love. Because when I attune to the frequency of this time, I really do feel this transmission of love that's just like washing underneath everything. So I was so happy to hear the topic for tonight, because it's like definitely the topic close to my heart right now.
Mm-hmm. And I'm delighted that it's going to be in the morning. When I first saw that it was on the 21st, I've got plans that evening, but it's in the morning. So I am right now, even as we're speaking, I'm buying my ticket.
Yay! That's wonderful.
So I'll definitely be there. And I hope a lot of my Global Peace Tribers will join me. And again, that's December 21st. And for those of you that are watching on Facebook, I'll post it in the next few minutes on my Facebook page. I'll go ahead and buy my ticket, post it on Facebook, and then you'll be able to find the Eventbrite link where you can join us. And let's all have our Global Peace Tribe gathering on December 21st for the solstice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's going to be wonderful, Tatiana.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, while she was playing, I did see our beautiful beloved brother, Chief Phil Lane, come in. Hello, Brother Phil.
Hello, hello. And I have to say, wow, that was just absolutely, I'll tell you, that just took me to the inmost chambers of my soul. Om Namah Shivaya. You know, the first time I experienced that was in 1982. And it's very, very, really something, Tatiana, that we have almost a parallel song in the Dakota language given to us by the White Buffalo Cattlemen. And where that says on one hand the oneness, it also, within it, from my understanding of Sanskrit, earth, water, air, fire, and space. So Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Those four sounds are earth, air, water, fire, nothingness. So it's just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for touching my heart, and I'm sure everybody that's heard you what you had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
And Brother Phil, I know you're doing double duty tonight. You are enlightening our way together, and you are coming straight from that event into tonight's Zoom room. And I know that you also are one of the Lifetime Achievement Award winners from the Visioneers. And of course, we've got Desmond and Jerry with us. So they're two of your friends. And we're going to be learning all about them and their work. Brother Phil, would you be willing to get us off to start with your beautiful prayer?
I sure will. And I'll tell you, Om Namah Shivaya already got me going. So what I'd
Great.
like to do is I'm going to share a couple of verses of the song that parallels Om Namah Shivaya. And what this song really says, it says, Wayankiye Chinupa Kile Wakayalo Wayankiye. What it's saying, behold this, calling upon that word, Wayankiye. Behold this. And it says the pipe's sacred, but when we look into the inner dimensions, what is it saying? The bowl represents the earth. That's sacred. Of course, representing the bowl represents Mother Earth. And the stem, all our plant relatives. You'll always find the animal relatives. And each one has a power. Mineral relatives have the power of cohesion or unity. In fact, that's what gives us unity to our own bodies. Water and calcium in our bones. And the plant people have a spirit and power of growth, which we have as well. And the animal relatives that we find in our bundles, they have the power of the senses, in fact, even greater than ourselves, because that's why we watch everything. Little birds have tympaniums in their ear. They can sense pressure changes way before we can. So we can foretell the weather to these little animals. The horses will move a certain way. And then we put that pipe together, the stem representing the male part of the dimension of our soul, and the bowl, the female, and put those together. That's the creation. As you see the mouth, it says we're all sacred. And I'll say a little prayer after that. Oh, God, I got to tell you, I love this program. You do the greatest. I'll tell you what. And I see such incredible, brilliant people here, and it's everywhere. Wayankiye, 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 Chanupatile, Wakayelo, Wayankiye, 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 Chanupatile, Wakayelo, Wayankiye. Oh, Jakasha Wakanta. Creator of the universe, most beloved one, all powerful one, most kind one, most compassionate one, ever forgiving one. Oh, most magnificent one. Oh, ancient of days, oh, blessed beauty. We just give thanksgiving from the very essence of the inmost chambers, our soul and heart, for being alive in this sacred day, the day that shall not be followed by night, the day in which all the sacred prophecies, all those visions of our visionaries, all are coming to unfold right here around us and within us as we move, Creator, through your grace and strength to unifying our human family, ending war, and beginning peace on earth by 2030. We give thanksgiving to all the tribes and nations of the east, from where comes the red sunrise. They come together in unity and harmony. The south, from where comes new life, they may come together in unity and harmony. The west, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain, all those beloved relatives might come together in unity and harmony. The north, from where comes the cleansing white snow that purifies our hearts and minds, we might be free and dissevered and detached from all except your holy power. And we give thanksgiving for all those masculine spiritual qualities that reside within every soul. And we would give honor and respect to our beloved Mother Earth and her spiritual representative womankind, and all those sacred qualities that are within our hearts and minds. And Creator, may we truly understand the eagle, the condor, the quetzal, the hummingbird have two wings. And as we know, the spirituality is women and men have always been equal. All those spiritual qualities are one. May we realize this physical world of time and space, that until both wings of those eagles have equal power, respect, and honor, all those spiritual capacities become one, we will not have peace on earth, nor will we fulfill our promised destiny as a human family. And Creator of all good things, We also want to give thanksgiving for all those relatives here with us in the unseen world. And know that we live in a universe, a cosmos, just in the physical sense, that goes and demonstrates the infinity of our soul, of who we are, where we know and help us to better understand the prior unity of the oneness of our human family, that we've always came and been one. Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal unto them thy great purpose. May they follow in thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, lead them not to themselves, but guide their steps to the light of knowledge and cheer their hearts by thy love. Howel mi chante washte alo shunk manohamedo chirupasape medo howel mi chante washte alo. And I want to say, Brother Kurt, I see you here. You have done such a magnificent job. I see you here in Visioneers as well as you've done Evolutionary Leaders. Thank you so much, and each and every one of you. It's such an honor, Scott. It's such an honor to meet you. It seemed like I already knew you when I saw you together. Hey there, Kurt, Brother Kurt. Thank you so much for all your great service. Thank you.
And we go so far back also in the work around Pine Ridge and the area, that whole area of Western South Dakota where I grew up. And my father was curator of the Native American Museum there at Fort Robinson, where Crazy Horse was assassinated. And so that's all, all these connections are so deep.
Yes. Well, thank you for sharing that part. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That gives me a whole deeper understanding of why you're right there with us. These little history we don't get a chance to know. And I didn't really realize until you meet Scott in person, he's a big, tall guy. Tall guy. I mean, I felt like a little midget standing next to him. Well, kind of short anyway.
It was wonderful to finally meet you. Really, really beautiful. We were all in Las Vegas together for Stairway to the Stars.
Yes.
And you, of course, have been spending time with our beloved, the Twin Ray community. A lot of Twin Ray community are watching right now. And do you recognize that photograph behind me?
Oh, yes. That's the eighth fire. It was ignited in Hidalgo, Mexico, where we did actually fulfill that prophecy. We had all members representing our human family were there. And out of that fire emerged like a phoenix from the ashes, or some people saw it as a condor, an eagle, whatever. Wow. Yes, that was it.
I love this photo, and I actually use it as my background quite a bit. I mean, to me, it's absolutely a phoenix rising from the fire, and it's such an important message for our time, Phil, because we are counting on people like yourselves, people watching the show, the people that we're honoring tonight, to lead the way into the new paradigm, because we are watching the old unsustainable world collapse into the fire, and from that comes the new paradigm, the new world that you and our others that we are honoring tonight are helping to usher into this world.
Yes. Thank you, my brother.
There's one more friend of yours that's here tonight, and that is Summer Joy Raymer.
Oh,
Hi, Brother Phil.
how you doing? Oh.
I'm good. I'm enlightening our way together. What are you doing this week?
Oh, I'm trying to lighten my way together too. With your beloved husband, I just got done with him beautifully guiding us through that whole process, and it's just big magnificent. Now, when are you going to do your 24-hour dance?
That is actually December 21st, the same day that Tatiana is doing a lullaby. I'm going to be dancing for 24 hours. And yeah, we're all where we need to be.
Exactly. Well, I don't know if I'll do this 24
A
hours.
beautiful collaboration that just is,
Yes.
And speaking of collaboration, Summer Joy is going to lead tonight's meditation, Phil.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And we're going to go into that meditation now, but then right after the meditation, Phil, is when I'd like for you to share a little bit with the audience about your book. So we'll talk a little bit about your book, but we always have to do a meditation at 6:30. I want to welcome the Twin Ray community that's joining us right now, and take it away, beloved Summer Joy.
Well, it's really special to be here with Chief Phil and with so many of you. I'm in awe really to be here tonight. And I have been participating and been supporting Enlightening Our Way Together that started yesterday. Today's the second day, and I dedicate my meditation tonight to a very dear sister as well to Chief Phil, is Ejna Flory, who shared earlier today one of the sessions. I think I saw you there, Scott, actually, maybe not, about the Divine Mother. Antoinette Roots-Dato is a part of that panel. And it was an amazing experience, but I want to dedicate my meditation to a vision that Ejna shared of. And so, and she is a Lakota elder and a very dear friend of my husband and I's. We've had her in our home many times in deep medicine ceremony. So I just want to send my love to her and to the beautiful indigenous people all over the world right now. So if everyone could just bring your hands to your heart. And I'm looking at myself. I really want to look at all of you as I get settled in. Just recognize that here, as we connect into our hearts, that we're connecting into a collective heart. So just breathing that awareness in and how our hearts are connected in one. And just bringing your awareness to your feet. Maybe just start to circle your ankles a little bit as our whole bodies are here in this space together. And just breathing in, breathing out. Shoulders, circling your shoulders. And bring our awareness to the whole planet, the heart of the whole Mother Gaia. And just feel how you are connected to the heart of all the hearts all over this world at this moment. And imagine you are standing outside with all life right now. And just begin to look up above and imagine that there are these sort of whimsical, puffy clouds right above your head and right above every single human's head right now. If it's at night or during the day, these same clouds are coming in. And there's this beautiful rain that begins to fall on all of our faces. And this rain is a very special rain. It is a cleansing, purifying rain to all life. And however you connect to the rain, maybe you lift your hands up from your heart and just feel the rain begin to just glisten and land on your face, your palms, and any thoughts, any feelings that have been challenging for you, that are challenging in different places in the world. May we all feel this cleansing, sacred rain pour down over all life. Imagine all of us connected to this same rain and feeling it coming down into our heart and just cleansing all the way down our bodies, feeling this embodiment of connection to the earth and to every single being being cleansed and cleared and rejuvenated of all pain, all sorrow and challenges being cleansed all the way down to our feet. And this rain is also cleansing and clearing our dear Mother Earth. And just feel that rain soak down into the soil beneath your feet, down through the earth. Any pain points on the earth, this rain is coming in and absorbing all the way down into the core of the earth. And as you look back up, the clouds have cleared, and there are these doves, these peace doves that are now flying in the clear sky or the clear night sky, seeing the stars, but there's these beautiful, they're glowing at night and they're bright white, and they're just sending in their prophetic, peaceful wings wherever they need to be, soaring above you, soaring above all of your communities and families. Peace, peace. And they're sprinkling from their wings these flower petals coming down to nourish your joy, your hope and faith, the love, the rejuvenation of why we are all here on this earth right now. Reconnecting to our hearts. You can bring your hands back to your heart and just feel yourself right here in the room that you're in, feeling the connection with those that are next to you. You might want to just begin to open your eyes to this love, to this peace, to this trust that you are here for very, very profound reasons. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, beautiful Summer Joy Raymer. And Summer's going to be back. We've got a whole very special gift from Summer. We're going to learn all about what she's doing. So we're going to get a lot more Summer a little bit later on. We're going to get a lot more Summer later this winter. And we'll see. That was a beautiful meditation. Thank you so much. And while we have beloved Chief Phil with us, I do want to let people know a little bit about this amazing week that started yesterday, that Phil is a big part of. And so there he is. Hey, Phil.
Yes.
Looks like you got a chance to have a little bit of a bite to eat.
I'll tell you, whenever my wife cooks, I got saliva starts running down my face.
I know you still got some food on your lip there, whatever it was. I hope it was good. Phil, tell us about these timely conversations. We are the Awakening World, and you're doing an Awaken series. Tell us about this.
Well, I was very inspired by Uncle William Commanda and Eddie Benton, who shared the Anishinaabe prophecies of the 7 fires, the 8th fire, particularly the 7th, 8th fire, in which they talk about this time we're going to come to where we're going to really come together as a human family. And we're going to emerge from this incredible birthing process we're going through now to a whole new global civilization, to a whole new relationship, to when we truly realize we're one human family, all indigenous to Mother Earth, that every cell of our body has iron in it, which was created in supernovas. We're also children of the stars together, as well as a beautiful, beautiful, very small tablet of 7 candles that was shared by Abdu'l-Baha back in 1906 in Haifa, Israel. And those two, you might say from east and west, really stirred something in my soul. And, I've had these issues with my earth suit in terms of my legs and my hips and so forth. So instead of being able to go here and there, I had to stop. Sometimes the creator says, stop. So I put my energy and say, okay, what what are those steps we need to take towards world peace, beginning with the unity in the political realm, political unity. And today we talked about unity of thought in the taking global action. And tomorrow we're going to talk about becoming the unity of religion or spirituality, in terms of using the real root word of religion, which is a Latin word that means to reunite. And really enlightening our way together really began with the tremendous work of Ben Bowler and Unity Earth and World Unity Week, which started 4 years ago, which I get the great honor of being part of. Of course, it goes around to International Peace Week and so many other events. And so we really hadn't had a chance to really share from kind of an indigenous framework or integrative scheme of thought. So that's where Enlightening Way Together was created in 2020. Kristen Hoffman, by the way, played a tremendous role in actually the spiritual fulfillment of the prophecy, fulfillment of the prophecy of the Rune, the Condor, and Eagle, but truly the coming together of all the indigenous people, which is from that's prophecy says that we come together, so will the rest of the human family come together. So what we're doing is we have 6 more nights. Every evening at 5 o'clock from 5 to 6, we explore each new chapter. And then on the 22nd, we'll release this in 27 languages. It's being released as an entire Enlightening Way Together without any cost to it, because we want to share. The most thing is all this wisdom comes from many people. So we're sharing it in 27 languages on that day. We'll also have an audio book thing. And of course, if people want to share and contribute and support our work, that's fine. If not, that's fine. Because it's time that we really share with one another. And so that's what we have. I don't know. We're still growing. We had over 70 presentations at the beginning. I think how Brother John and my beloved sister, the great joy, the joyful summer. How in the world they do this, I have no idea. I mean, they've been at this, who knows? Who knows what's animating all of us? It's just like sharing with Kurt and all of you here. Every one of us is truly a sovereignty, ancient and perishable and everlasting. Each one of us is endowed with infinite spiritual capacities and potentialities, which are being manifested right here and now, right here. So I guess that's what we're up to. People are welcome to join us. We'd love to have you join us. They're still open for workshops. I don't know how they do that, but our thing is we keep adding new rooms. And now we're getting ready to say this. I'm not afraid. We do have a few more pretty challenging birth pangs yet to go through. 2024, prophecy said it's going to go to the place where we really have to be as a human family humbled in a way. To really humble, we have to become humble. And so we have some more challenges coming up. So we could either choose to be part of tearing down the old and getting involved in that pain, or we can be not resistors, but builders, creators. That's where I want to go. I want to stand in my spiritual strength, our spiritual strength, and move the positive alternative which we wish to create without giving away our energy fighting the negative. And that's what you're doing. Everything you do is about that. Let's focus on that. Person has 10 bad qualities and 1 good one. Look at the good. If a person has, and what I'm afraid of in politics today, person has 10 good qualities and 1 bad one, they focus on the bad one, the negative one. And that's going to take us nowhere. Anyway, thank you so much.
Beloved Phil, thank you so much. And just so people know, we put it in the Zoom room chat, but for everybody watching on Facebook, you can learn all about enlightening our way together by going to globalfire.earth. Globalfire.earth. It's a week-long series that began yesterday. So it's from Friday the 15th until the 22nd. And it's going to be, there's so many beautiful events going on, including this conversation every night at 5 o'clock Pacific time with our beloved brother, Chief Phil Lane. And it's all going to kind of culminate in this book that he's put together the 7 fires of global unity, and now the 8th fire has been lit. So every night at 5 o'clock Pacific time is when you can converse with our beautiful beloved brother Phil Lane. Phil, thank you so much for all that you do and blessing us with your presence.
By the way, on the 22nd of this month, it is going to be, wow, what a day. What a day. This is going to be the culmination of 2023, getting ready for us to go into 7 days of quiet, and then Martin Luther King. Whoa, wow. Love you.
Love you, Phil. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So to transition us into the next part of tonight's show, there's so many beautiful wise elders, and I can say elder because I'm 67, so I can call some of my colleagues here wise elders. We just heard from Brother Phil. We're going to meet Rihanna Eisler. We've got Kurt, Desmond, Jerry with us. There's another wonderful elder that has been such a big part of helping us understand our world, and that's Dr. Jude Curvin. Now, she's probably sleeping right now because she's in the UK, so she's not going to join us live. But here is a beautiful video, the story of Gaia, which is Dr. Jude's brilliant, one of her masterworks. And we're going to watch this video. It's short, and then that's going to lead us into the next part of the show. Enjoy.
Everything breathes. People breathe. Plants breathe. Planets breathe. Our whole universe breathes. It began to breathe nearly 14 billion years ago. Instead of a big bang, it began as the first moment of an ongoing big breath. Like a baby, it was born as simple as possible, but no simpler, to be able to grow and vitally to evolve. From hydrogen to stars, and eventually to planets and plants and people. The hydrogen in the water of our bodies and in the waters of our planetary home Gaia is only a few minutes younger than our universe. All else that makes up us and Gaia was created in stars billions of years ago. Our story is the story of our universe. Yet, what really is the reality of our universe? And who really are we? Scientific breakthroughs are discovering that our entire universe exists and evolves as a unified entity, with everything related to everything else. Despite its appearance of solidity, reality is really ephemeral. 99.999999999% no thingness. Its material appearance, seemingly made up of separate objects, isn't its deeper reality. All its energy and matter and space and time are its appearance, not its deeper reality. Instead, they emerge from more fundamental levels of cosmic intelligence and causation. Cosmic intelligence and causation that expresses itself as meaningful information. Meaningful information that informs all we call reality. Meaningful information that's expressed in complementary ways as energy and matter, space and time. And holographically manifested, our universe is literally a cosmic hologram. Its wholeness is expressed in the interdependent complexity of its diverse parts. The alphabet of its informational language is made up of only 2 letters, 1 and 0. Just as in our digitized technologies, they combine meaningfully to inform all we call reality, from hydrogen to stars to planets and plants and people. Like our digitized technologies, universal digitized information is pixelated. The scale of our universe's pixelation, though, is more than 1 trillion times smaller than our best high-definition technologies. As small as to the size of an atom is to our entire universe. Named after Max Planck, one of the greatest pioneers of quantum theory, from the minute pixelated Planck scale, the appearance of our entire universe emerges. The dynamic informational patterns and processes of its wholeness are being discovered at all scales of existence, from atoms to our entire universe, and through many fields of research, ranging from physics and chemistry to biology and the studies of collective human behaviors. Instead of a great thing, our universe is a great informational thought in the infinite and eternal mind of the cosmos. We don't have mind and consciousness. We and the whole world are mind and consciousness. Beginning 13.8 billion years ago, not in the implied chaos of a Big Bang, but as the first moment of a wonderfully fine-tuned, beautifully ordered and ongoing big breath, our unified, conscious and essentially living universe exists to evolve. As space expands from its minuscule birth and time flows from past to present to future, its profound evolutionary impulse from simplicity to complexity and ever greater levels of diversity and self-awareness is not random, but informationally and purposefully guided. We inform and are informed by our entire universe. We are its microcosmic co-creators. We are family members of its vast communities of life. This is who we really are. Our planetary home Gaia has evolved for 4.5 billion years. Over all this time, collaborative and co-evolutionary partnerships have continued to evolve on a planetary scale. Scientific breakthroughs are revealing we are self-aware beings belonging to an evolutionary and conscious universe and an evolutionary and conscious planetary home. The new science of this emerging whole worldview is a science of love, of interconnectedness, of interdependence, and of interbeing. Yet, we've forgotten that we're inseparable from each other, Gaia, and our whole universe. As a result, we've come to a tipping point as a species and as a planet. To survive and thrive, we can't go on behaving as we have been. This is our moment of choice. We need to wake up and remember that we're inseparable and realize that now our own conscious evolution is a vital part of Gaia's own evolutionary progress and purpose. The new science of love is showing that we are multidimensional beings with natural, supernormal superpowers of intuition, and much more. This is who we can remember we really are. This is who we can evolve to become.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And Jude is such an inspiration. And I'm going to bring on Kurt to share with us how that inspiration has led to a children's book and to what we're talking about tonight. Hey, Kurt.
Yeah, hi, and hi, everybody. So I think you noticed right away that Jude's message is the same as Phil's message. Because what modern science is finding out today about the absolute unity of everything is what all of the native peoples knew because of their intimate relationship with nature. And of course, it affects all of us because it's that unitive vision, unitive consciousness, which is the nature of Joy's meditation, Summer Joy's, is what drives the transformational movement of which we're all a part. Transformational movement of which we're all a part is trying to get this globe of ours to a cosmopolitan civilization that lives in the heart and works for all. So I think you all know that out of Jude's work and from the 23 synergy circles of the evolutionary leaders came this document called the Unitive Narrative. And I'll put links into it into the chat, but it's used as the guiding light for all the 23 synergy circles of the evolutionary leaders, which are engaged in 23 areas of engagement, every good cause you can imagine. And they're all connected because of that unity. And of course, that was so intimately connected into Rian's work and Rian's whole legacy, because the question that Rian asks is, how do we get to partnership consciousness? If we're actually living in a universe that is one and an interconnected superorganism that is one, it certainly doesn't mean the dominance hierarchies that are duking it out right now in Russia and the Ukraine are duking it out in the Middle East. It actually is about partnership consciousness, and that's what Rian's been the champion of. So, cutting to the chase, we ask the question then, how is this story told for children? How is this story of the one brightness, of the oneness of everything told for children? And how we get out of dominance hierarchies into partnership consciousness, busting that fog, which you'll see is the name of the second book. How do we get there? So we ask, what does that story look like for children? But actually also we ask, what if all the children in the world, for Russia, Ukraine, all over the Middle East, had been told that story and not the stories about this that they had been told? It'd be a different world. So in our work in the transformative community, all of us, it's really about how we communicate that unitive narrative and that unitive story to everybody at every scale, because time is short and there's so many difficulties out there. So it's an absolute treat to have Rian here, to have Victoria, who put this into pictures and a story. And I'm going to turn it over to them because it was an adventure how we did this. And it was fun too. It was also fun. So over to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Kurt. As always, you are connecting us. And that's really what my work has been, connecting the dots about the partnership or the domination configuration. And I'm happy to say that thanks to Victoria, we now have a children's book, Fog Busters, which is all about care. Because what holds us together is really caring connection, isn't it? And that is something that children know. Well, they feel it. They're dependent on care from the day they're born. And really, we were all dependent on care. But there wasn't any children's book that focused on care. So anyway, that is what Victoria managed to communicate.
Thank you, Rian, and hello, everyone. I think we have another part a little later, Scott, so I'm going to just tell you a little bit about brightness. because this is the book that the Unitive Narrative Circle people asked me to write for children. And I want to tell you, this is our story. This is the story of everyone on this call and everyone we know and everyone in Unity Earth and on the Global Peace Tribe. This is our story. So I'm going to just share a little bit about this story. I'm going to share some of the book spreads. Okay, so One Brightness, the Eyes of Love, starts off. What does it start off with? Nothingness, no thingness. Now, how important, I have to say, all of us, parents and grandparents, this is a book you can share with children anywhere from, actually it's being read by 3 to 10, 12-year-olds, because it's really, it's not a book about time. So, look at this, it starts with no thingness. Jude and I worked on it together. We were going to start on the breath, but the breath to a 3-year-old, it did not work. So it starts with nothingness. So it's a chance for everyone to talk to the children about nothingness. And suddenly, from that empty darkness, a sound, just like a baby's born, a sound came out, right? And then in just 3 minutes, from Jude's book Gaia, in 3 minutes, a gigantic light lit up the universe with one brightness. And guess what? From that brightness, sparklings, that's you and I, all the people here, sparklings with eyes of love beamed out. And you see, these sparklings, they went into the objective universe. They became stars and planets and solar systems. And Jude definitely gave me the way this all evolved. And then it was very hot and it cooled down. But the important part is this: a little teeny tiny planet Earth. The sparklings came down here. And guess what they manifested in here? In the objective world, in the world that we see, in the evolution. Birds and dinosaurs and apples and water and fish and diamonds and you and me. And you and me, we are part of that universe. And we were all different characters, but guess what? We all knew we were one brightness. But what happened? What happened to all of us on this earth? Because we're sparklings of one brightness, guess what we do? We create. It's our nature. It's our very nature to be creative. So we created so much. We are such a creative force. Just look around. So we created skyscrapers and Legos and Squishmallows. This is a Squishmallow. It's the nicest toy now. It's been very popular for kids, and Legos. So we did all this, and guess what happened? We turned our eyes away. We got so excited. We're very young. You don't blame us. You cannot blame a child. I just want to ask everyone here, would you blame a 5-year-old for all the things that our species has done? A big question in our team. Our team went through this question. Would we blame, because a lot of blame goes on the human being. So would we blame that? A very big question. These have very big questions in them. So we got busier and busier. There's a grown-up in front of a computer. And guess what happened? A fog came in. A fog. Unconsciousness. The separation from brightness. Foggier and foggier. Everyone felt separate. We wanted more, right? More money, more toys, more pizza. Everybody felt alone and scared. The animals looked sad. Look what happened. An opportunity for you to talk to the children about deforestation. Now, I would not talk about deforestation that way. I would say, some people, they got so much in the fog. They got so much in the fog that they started tearing down trees and putting plastic in the water, and see the rocks are gloomy. Everything turned gray. And some people didn't care. They didn't care. That's the way it is. It's okay. I'll live with it. But some of us decided to look into the fog, right? Are we going to look into that fog? All of us here, years and years of staring in that fog with our eyes of love, looking at those seeming monsters, because, no matter how dark and spooky it may appear, one brightness is always here. Now, I cannot tell you what happened because we saved the day. So you'll have to buy the books on Light and Light or on Vista View, my website. And
And don't worry, it's
So-
a not-for-profit.
It's not for profit. Yeah, so I just want to say that it's just such a joy to work with this team that we work with Rian. We'll tell you Fogbusters in a little while, okay? Fogbusters, that is a story, okay? So that's all, and I hope you buy the books. Buy the books for your children and grandchildren, because it's a real opportunity for them to speak. And the frequency of evolutionary leaders, the tonality, the mind print needs to be seen by children. Children have to hear that, because you know what they're hearing? They're hearing relative materiality all the time. And it's in the sound, it's in the frequency.
But
So thank
Victoria,
you all
are you,
for
are you
listening.
going to show some of the illustrations, your wonderful illustrations from Fogbusters?
Yeah, I
we
think
come back.
Scott's going to guide us on when we graduate from One Brightness to Fogbusters. So Scott, tell us how
Yeah,
you
what I
work
thought we would
with it.
do, we're just going to take a brief 5-minute break because we haven't heard Omoshar music yet.
Yeah, well, then we'll do
And we can't go too much longer than an hour without some Omoshar. So we're going to have a quick song from our beautiful house musical artist Omoshar, and then we're going to come back and focus on Fogbusters. But Victoria, that was a really beautiful presentation. A little bit of a tease, leaving us there in the, in the middle there. But I think you did a beautiful job of their beautiful animation, and what a wonderful story. So we will be back with Rian and Victoria and Kurt and learn all about Fogbusters, but it is time to put on our dancing shoes, everybody.
Well, I'm not too sure about dancing shoes. I was I will definitely buy those books. I have children around me who need to hear that. And I was kind of lulled into a bit of a lullaby there, Victoria. And yes, how profound. And imagine if we had been given those books at birth or in the first few years, we wouldn't have had to sort so much stuff out. Anyway, here we go, and let's see what happens. Hope springs eternal in this heart of mine, learning surrender, learning to fly, knowing you're with me, my invisible friend, loving me onwards, calling me out of myself. Here I go again, trusting in life. All of the tears I've cried, clearing the way. All that's been said and done is turning to dust. And now that I'm here again, I will sing praises to the maker of my life. I will sing praises to the maker of my life. Knowing you love me and that we're divine, my heart is open, my heart is thine. I give my life to you, Your hands in this world, open and flowing, calling me out of myself. Here I go again, trusting in life. All of the tears I've cried, clearing the way. All that's been said and done is turning to dust. And now that I'm here again, I will sing praises to the maker of my life. I will sing praises to the maker of my life.
Oh, that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Look at everybody moving and dancing.
Scott, this tonight is so touching, and that we've brought the child in with the new books. It's just it's the whole spectrum right here with us, and I think we're all feeling it.
I like what Diara wrote. She wrote, "We are all so cute."
It's so true.
I agree. It's really wonderful to see everybody dancing. Tatiana's mother, by the way, was one of the people dancing away there.
That was, I saw that. There's Laurie.
Yeah, Laurie. That's Tatiana's mother. Who's a beautiful, amazing piano player. Amazing.
Yes, I've heard some of her pieces and seen some of her work. It's phenomenal.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of phenomenal work, I want to remind everybody that you can get all things Omashar at his website, and his website is his name, omashar.com. And of course, he's on the Global Peace Tribe with all the shows that we do. But what we really want to do is we want to go to Bandcamp. And Bandcamp is where you buy his albums, gets the best royalties, and we all want to support our beautiful beloved brother Omashar. So thank you. And no need to fear, Kiki Willett is now here. So welcome to Global Peace Tribe. We've been waiting for you.
Oh,
Kiki is one of our favorites.
Sorry, you were a wonderful transition to Fogbusters, because it is about joy and about love, as is so much of this work that we're all doing together.
And tell us more about Fogbusters. What was your inspiration for this, Rianne?
Well, I think many of you are acquainted with my work, The Chalice and the Blade, and my latest book, fast forward over many other books, on Nurturing Our Humanity, which came out with Oxford University Press in 2019. And my work is about a new paradigm, about leaving behind really all of these very fragmenting categories like right, left, religious, secular, Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, which fragment our consciousness, marginalize or just ignore the majority of humanity, women and children, devalue care. Where is care in all of these old categories, which we inherited from more rigid domination times? So I have proposed 4 cornerstones that we have to work on. And this book, Fogbusters, in a sense, follows that. But its major theme is the importance of care. And if you want to learn more about my work, you can find out and about my books, my many books, you can go to centerforpartnership.org. But I want you to see some of the images from Fogbusters, because what happened is that Kurt introduced me to Victoria, and Fogbusters was the result, with her wonderful and Ellen's wonderful input and illustrations. So, Victoria, are you on with Fogbusters? And then we can talk a little bit more about it together.
I sure am. And it's so incredible to work with Rianne and our whole team. This was a party. It was a party every Sunday. I want to say that when Kurt asked me to work with Rianne, I started reading her book, and there's a lot of books. There's not just one book, and there's a lot in them. You can't just fast forward. But I was reading them, and then I heard about her 4 cornerstones. So see that word 4 and corner and stones. So you watch for that in the book, okay? Because before I even met her, I all of a sudden I saw immediately, I got immediately that there were 4 children, and they were born in the 4 corners of the earth, like the 4 directions. And there's a lot about the stones. So when I met Rianne, I just said, I don't know, it's already coming. The story just flows out. So I want to show you a little bit of screen share on the Fogbusters. So, oh my God, this is the wrong thing. I'm sorry, Rianne. Okay. So we don't have the dialogue here, Rianne. For some reason, the same problem. So Fogbusters also starts in one brightness. One brightness.
Where are the pictures?
You don't see the picture? I'm not showing it.
I do not
We're
see
not
the
seeing pictures, no,
pictures.
Victoria.
Oh God. I'm sorry. Do you want to do something else and come back and I'll try to find them? I thought I
I'm
had.
sure. Hey,
Well, I
this
tell
is
you, I think that Victoria's illustrations of the book are wonderful, and I'm sorry that we don't have them for you here,
Oh,
but it is the story. And Victoria, I'll tell a little bit of the story while you are looking for the illustrations, okay? And
perfect.
what happens is that it does start with this wonderful planet of ours. But then this fog comes in, and the plants are concerned. Yes, Mercury is retrograde. Well, the domination system is really what the fog is all about. It's the need, after many, many, many years, as I show in The Chalice and the Blade and in Sacred Pleasure, which is another one of my books that I really highly recommend. It's about spirituality and sexuality. But after many years, this earth, this beautiful earth of ours, gets fog. And the fog is the domination system. It's exploiting nature. It's children are not treated properly. Women are not treated properly. The divine feminine is written out of the picture completely in some religions, or subordinated, as we see in Hindu religion, with Shiva, 4 times the size as Shakti, right? And then these 4 children are born through the intervention of Mother Earth and a wonderful fairy. Yes, a wonderful tree fairy that brings these children to a beautiful, and these children are from the 4 corners of the earth, and one is from San Francisco, an African-American child, a girl. Another one is, I see that Victoria has her something. There we go. So you see the 4 children, right? In this picture that Victoria is showing, and they are from the 4 corners of the earth. One, as I said, is, and their names, by the way, spell care, C-A-R-E. And Akali is born in San Francisco, and there is this blonde boy born in the Arctic, and then there is this wonderful other boy, because it's very much of a gender partnership here, who is born in Rio de Janeiro, you know, where they dance all the time. And of course, then there is this girl who's born in Thailand, in Asia. And if you pull up the things, and I'll let
Jan,
Victoria.
could I just come in here? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna have to just, so I just want to get people the idea that, you know, this is also about the fog. And this is about the fog is there in the earth. And although all of us look in the fog, it was still not completely gone. And Olivia, the tree spirit, she was the caretaker of the world. She takes care of the world. And she was very concerned. So she went to Mother Earth. And over here you see Mother Earth. This is her hands. I kind of like putting jewelry on her. I don't know, it's a lot of fun. So here's Mother Earth, and Mother Earth went up to the universe, And she said, you know, look what's going on here. It's really bad. So the universe sent these 4 children right here to come here to do something here. And these 4 children, they were in all 4 corners of the earth. Okay. And what happened to them is really interesting. What happened to them is that, let's see,
Well, that the tree fairy whispered in their parents' ears, there she is, that they should take a trip to the land of the temples in Asia, which happened to be the place that one of the children lived in.
And I'm so sorry that you can't see the temple, because it's really, the temple is Angkor Wat. And I've been there in Ta Prohm, where the trees that come down, they go to the bottom. And Olivia they went into the temple, and Olivia was there, and she told them to pick up 4 stones, magical stones. And they put their stones in their fingers, and they became care rings that they can use when they go on their way. And then, oh, here it is. Here they are actually entering the temple. You can see the temple. If any of you have been to Cambodia and gone to Angkor Wat, you would kind of maybe take a look at that. That's the temple. And there's the bus, and there are all their parents. The parents were outside getting just to know each other. So that's what happened. And then they returned home to the airports. They got these magic rings. And when they got the magic rings, they transformed all the color in Asia. In Asia, everything was transformed. So they got back to their airports. See these airport signs? These are all the airports back in Iceland and in California and in Brazil. And when they got back there, the news had gotten out. You know how media is. And they all knew, everybody knew what had happened. And there were people around there. Now, the reason this happened is, if anyone knows Deborah Muldo. So we were running this past with Deborah, and Deborah says, well, what is their challenge? Like, what's their challenge? I mean, they're going to become fog busters. They just can't become it without having some challenge. It's our way, right? As human beings, we have to have challenge. So they got back there, and guess what? People were having placards saying, we like the fog. Keep the fog. I don't want to change the fog. Some of us were excited. Hooray, this is what we're waiting for. Others were worried. Will my cat be okay? Will it be too bright if the fog goes away? We actually considered saying, well, a lot of the industries that deal with fog equipment would have a very hard time with that. But we did not go with that. There's a lot of things we didn't go with, okay? Because there was a Sufi scholar on this team and a theologian. So you can only imagine. So what happened then is Olivia, through their care rings, broadcasted out. And I can't tell you, again, I'm so sorry, but I can't tell you, you know, what she told them to do. But it's a very, very spiritual effort, an effort that we all know about. and something that we all just absolutely are living ourselves. We're living it. It's just now you can explain it to the children. You can talk to them what it's like to care and what unconditional care means, because that's very unusual to try to tell a 5-year-old what is unconditional care. Very important.
Have you had the
Okay,
opportunity to get feedback from children? Like,
Yeah, I'll put the link to the video in the chat, and it opens with children reading the book. So
wonderful.
yeah, absolutely. Because anyway, how this connects to divine child and our innocent nature, which knows all of this to begin with until it gets fogged over. That these kids got called to actually be the people who bust the fog. And of course, as in many Hollywood movies, once they ignite that awareness, it ignites, it ignites, it ignites. And of course, you can imagine the happy ending when it's ignited all over the world, which is, of course, the same dream that we all have, the global peace tribe, and what? The awakening world.
They live connectedly ever after.
They live connectedly ever after.
Connectedly ever after. And Scott, I have to say, maybe Omashar can do the music for Fogbusters and brightness.
Well, let's see what Omashar thinks about that. I'm looking for him to bring him up right now.
Wouldn't that be great, Rian? Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, it'd be fabulous. And Omashar is just the most wonderful person to work with.
I can see
there
that.
he is.
I can see
Omashar,
that.
you are being enlisted to do the music, to the animated version of these books.
I would absolutely adore that. And my favorite people on the planet are children. That's just the way it is, because it's so uncomplicated. And I would love that. I would love that. Thank you.
But listen,
oh my God, Rian.
I am so, first of all, I want to thank Scott, and I want to thank all of you for being here. I am unfortunately have to leave, but I leave you with this. I love the idea, and I love the book, and I love the illustrations in Fogbusters, which really shows what the domination system has done to our consciousness. And we have to come out of that fog. We're talking about a paradigm shift, aren't we? And that's hard to explain to children, but not hard because we have this book called Fogbusters. So I'm going to go, and thank you so much, Scott and Kurt and Victoria and all of you here for being here. And arrivederci, as they say in Italian. See
Thank
you
you,
later,
Rian, for your
alligators.
beautiful
Bye-bye.
lifetime of work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
What an
Yeah,
honor.
and I'm putting the link into the chat to the book launch video, because it starts with all of these children reading the book. So I'll stick that in here.
Fantastic.
One of the children who was 10 years old, which is, we thought a little old, he told his aunt, that it's so good to hear that we can do something, that there's something we can do, but because they hear everything,
Yeah.
They hear it all, and it's hard.
Victoria, while we have you here, tell us a little bit about your work and Vistar View.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Vistar View. My husband and I, Ron, have been involved in spirituality for 40 years. And for about 18 years of those 40 years, we did evolutionary circles for self-realization, for co-creation, for spontaneous creativity. And we worked with people, had a theater ensemble where we rehearsed, and I think we presented for about 8 years. We were at the UN and all the spiritual centers. We did entire things on Rumi and Mirabai, and a lot on all the teachings through time, from the Upanishads all the way up to Nelson Mandela. So we had quite an incredible experience, and the book is coming out about it in 2024 with wonderful light on light. And Kurt is called King Kurt in our team because Kurt is king of all the wild things. If anybody ever read the book, he's seriously king of all the wild things. Jude is the voice of one brightness, and Rihanna is the oracle, and I'm seriously the fairy queen, Tori.
Yeah, and Olivia is Olivia Hanson, who you know, this dear, wonderful woman from the Evolutionary Leaders. And we're actually going to be starting a children's book department with a bunch of people who decided that would really be fun to do. And so the real Olivia is stepping in to help us with that. So we're off to another adventure. So anyway.
Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
And Summer Joy is bringing up, I'm going to bring you up, Summer. Summer says she's a big fan of this book. You've got all the Brightness books, and here they are. You can find the Brightness books also on Vista View. And what's the book that you're fond of that you're talking about,
Oh
Summer?
my God. I'm a fan of everything Victoria has touched and done. I just want to like really acknowledge you, like not only the images and what you're doing, but the spirit behind it. And Florissa the Fish, actually, we did a beautiful collaboration together honoring Florissa the Fish, where we had during World Unity Week, she shared this book, Florissa the Fish, so beautiful. And the whole focus was to gift to youth in Ukraine. And we had it translated. She spoke in English, and then Svetlana school in Ukraine, and she had been displaced from a lot of her students, but we were able to do a live experience and actually gift that back to the programs at the oh gosh, my brain.
House of Hope.
Thank you, House of Hope, which is a place where women and children were displaced from the war, were able to participate in this experience. So Victoria, like her books are so profound, and I'm so like thrilled by the Fog Busters, because I think that's what it, everything that you do is fog busting. So
Well, back at you.
Yeah, and our friends here from the Visioneers, they also have a children's book. So when you get to their part of the program, get ready for theirs, because it's also really, really great.
And what a perfect time right before Christmas. Like I know what I'm going to get for a lot of different people. So is it the best place to purchase right off your website, or Kurt, is there another link? I put the link
No,
that
the
I
Amazon links are at her website. They're at Light on Light's website.
Amazon, yeah.
You can find them easy at Amazon, Barnes and Noble. Go
Yeah.
to the list. Yeah.
Okay. I love it.
All right. And here's real quickly the Light on Light page. I'll put this again in the chat books. I mean, in the chat box, in the chat books. And that's where right up at the very top of this page is where you can learn all about these new books, Fogbusters and One Brightness, that we've been talking about tonight. And, you know, really we use the Awakening World to give homeopathic dosages of the medicine of our presenters. And really want to encourage everybody watching on Facebook, all the people watching through the sine wave, and of course, our beloved friends in the Zoom room. Definitely please do fill up the stocking stuffers with these wonderful books. Victoria, beautiful work, absolutely beautiful. It's really wonderful to get a chance to see your artistry and of course the incredible love. And Kurt, you are the hardest working man I know, so thank you for everything that you do. And I know that you'll be back on this show soon with other compadres and colleagues of yours doing wonderful things.
Yeah, and I actually also have to go now because I'm in the middle of a project with Irvin Laszlo, and he's 7 hours ahead of me in Italy. So I have to jump on that next. But really wonderful to see
give our best to
everybody.
Irvin. And thank you for everything you do, Kurt. And I know we'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
Take care. Well, now we have all these wonderful things going on. We have a really special gift from Summer Joy Raymer. So Summer, share with our Global Peace Tribe what you're up to. People have already asked, how could they dance with you this year? So I know I'm going to tune in. So tell us about your dance, and then I know you've got a couple of special offerings for us.
Yeah, well, this has just been such a joyful night. I get on a lot of reasons why I'm here tonight. And I'm kind of touched by what the meditation that I shared about the clouds. I've just been like kind of blown away of how things continue to evolve and like are so connected here tonight, as I kind of felt that fog and the rain, and that there was this clearing of the fog. So so the Garden of Joy is the origins of my soul. And this image actually is as you enter the Garden of Joy space in one world, which is new and exciting, you kind of ideally are entering a portal that is that looks like this, or something that Victoria drew from the Fogbusters. So I have been working for many years on a book, and as things continue to unfold, I realized that it isn't just a book, that there is a multi-dimensional experience that I really want to be offering, where the seeds of the Garden of Joy will be held. The book launch will be a multi-dimensional experience. So so touched by the care rings, and it made me think about when I was a kid. The Care Bears and Rainbow Bright is some of my sheroes when I was a little girl, that I realize are still just right there in my thoughts, and how I am approaching what is called the Garden of Joy. And I made a video a few weeks ago, and Scott is such a supporter of so many creative beings, and I'm just honored to be one of them. And he actually became one of the first cosmic portal activators. So I decided today that I would actually create a special gift for I was imagining, you know, how Oprah would come out with her favorite things, and everyone that was sitting would suddenly under their seat are all of Oprah's favorite things. So I kind of felt like as if we were sitting in a circle with Scott, that you would all be gifted and showered with the Garden of Joy. That I made a special article for Scott, my cosmic portal activator brother, and for the Global Peace Tribe. So I share that link. I don't know if you have that link. You're welcome to put it in the chat, Scott, now. But there's a video in that, and I made multiple videos, but there's audio and videos of what I call joy washes that will be a part of this multidimensional experience that you can enter, and all of that. So shall I share the video now, Scott? Or is there any questions you have about the video? Or
why don't you show the video? I'm putting the link into the Garden of Joy gifts so people can
so
check
everybody
those out.
gets the Garden of Joy, gets everybody. Woo! Anyways, I just wanted to have a little Oprah moment.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome. Everybody gets the Garden of Joy. So there is a video that I made, and those of you I know already love Kristen Hoffman. She is a dear friend, and I've done a lot of healing work with, and I've traveled the world with her. And some of the music in the background of this video is Kristen from some very deep spaces that we've collaborated with. And it's about the news of my Garden of Joy kind of landing in one world, which is what Enlightening Our Way Together is held in one world. So there's a lot of synergy here tonight of different things that we've already heard about. And I want to continue to support from the Garden of Joy is something that I'm just really called to. I think in midst of the things happening in the world, that I've been kind of deep in my book process, but recognizing it's time to be supportive and in service to you. So that's what the article is kind of about. And I'll share the video. So I'm going to stop talking. How about that? So the video is news, and it's a joy wash for you, a visual. So my suggestion, you may want to close your eyes, but I really suggest you to actually keep your eyes open because there's a lot happening. Okay. So I've got it all set up here. And it is about 14 minutes long. So enjoy the joy of this video. Let me make sure it's okay. Do you see the video? Do you see like a beautiful painting?
We sure do. We see it.
I just want to say that this painting is going to be the cover of my book, by the way. There's a lot of creative, amazing humans that I'm working with in this Garden of Joy process. And her name is Kelly Danielson. She's one of my dearest friends. Okay, let me just go full screen. Here we go, into the Garden of Joy. Can you hear it?
Yes, we do.
Oh, great. Hi, everybody. I just want you to know, One World, this is a really special moment. I'm here with Charles Betterton, who's one of my dear, precious patrons of the Garden of Joy, as well as my husband is in the background. He's an angel in the background here. And I just really want to take a moment. Right now is 11/11. November 11th, and it's 11/11 EDT. So I just want us to take a moment. There's such great power and in that all of those 11s to hold at this particular moment. And so I just want to make a special announcement that is in dedication to your dreams, that your dreams matter. And I want to elevate the joy and the magic that exists in you. And so I'm actually having a special announcement that the Garden of Joy has come home into One World, and there is a special space now dedicated to the Garden of Joy. I know, it's really exciting. And I've been working on it for the last couple of weeks. And there's a really exciting kind of new adventure and new tier levels for patrons that right now I'm actually going to open up, and I'm going to share the link with you that's interested in coming into the Garden of Joy space, learning about what's kind of the next evolution of this incredible book project that I've been working on for a couple of years now, working with amazing artists. And I've got some reveals and some really cool articles. There's 2 articles. One article is really about kind of where we're at right now, which is the book is still brewing. And I also have this urge in my heart that I really want to be of service now in the Garden of Joy and to not wait until after the book launch. There's just so much happening in the world and happening behind the scenes with One World that it feels like it's time for the Garden of Joy to be available, to be to have a way to serve. And I feel like One World is the perfect place for it to really be in radical collaboration with you, and also to just create more bridges and to be more in harmony with the unity collaborations that are a part of the global convergences that happen seasonally. And so yeah, I'm just really excited to share on this very magical moment, this 11/11 portal, and to invite you in. There's going to be 11 gifts that I'm gifting from the Garden of Joy. So Charles, and those of you out there don't know this, but I have this other dream that is part of the book, and it's a multi-dimensional experience of the Garden of Joy. So imagine if you've ever been to a Meow Wolf. Meow Wolf is this really cool interactive experience that you can physically go into, and it's kind of like takes you into different dimensions, and it's kind of looks like my background here, but there's like physical spaces, and you move through, and it's just a really playful, powerful experience. John and I went to one in Santa Fe many years ago, and I've just never forgotten about it. They're happening in a lot of different places in the world. But imagine like an online sort of Meow Wolf meets Rainbow Bright. So Rainbow Bright was one of my favorites when I was a little girl. There was someone that like made a costume for me for Halloween, and I like love Rainbow Bright. And I realized that there's a lot about what we're excited about when we're children is so alive and connected to who we are as adults. And so I'm recognizing that there's this going to be this like rainbow, imagine like a rainbow highway that you enter, and it's this online experience, and there will be magical little gems that you can grab and have these little tastes, these little joy washes from the Garden of Joy. And so my dream is that that will be developing, and it will be setting sort of magical seeds and foundation for this multi-dimensional experience of my book. So that is a part of it. There is a new tier level that's called a cosmic, I might need to look, cosmic portal activator. And that is at $60 a month. And as the gift of the first 11 gifts that I'm giving tonight, I'm actually going to be giving 11 every month to these cosmic portal activators that are really going to be helping seed this website experience that will be connected to one world. So that So that's a part of my announcements as well. And there is this preparation right now as we are preparing for Enlightening Our Way Together, happening soon in December. I'm preparing to dance for 24 hours, and that will also be an experience and an invitation for everyone, regardless if you are a patron or not. You can come in and dance with me and dance wherever you are in the world for peace on earth. I feel these are the times, this is the moment that we have been waiting for. So I will be holding a space for people in a Zoom room for 24 hours in dance. And this will be my third. So I have done this I've made it alive and joyfully through the portal of 24 hours twice before. So I know in my spirit it's time to do a third. So I'm just excited to be really bridging with One World and taking radical collaboration serious for my own purpose and reason I'm here. So that is my announcement, and I will put the link in the chat and available connected to my Garden of Joy space.
Feeling your feet settling in to the earth below you. Feel all the connections that you have to the earth. You may be sitting down, so feeling the connection down through the earth underneath your sitting bones. Feeling the earth in your body, grounding down into the sanctuary that is this earth. In these next 5 minutes, I'm going to invite you into this deep awareness as you go down deeper and inside yourself deeper. There is a place called the Garden of Joy, welcoming you to open a door, an earth grounded, peaceful door that's in front of you now. This door illuminates what earth is to you. As you close your eyes and imagine and ground down deeper and deeper into the earth, you feel this door in front of you begin to open more and more as you ground deeper and deeper. Feel this sacred connection that you know deep inside you and deep down, deep with the earth. The door opens. There's a calling as you enter the door. There's a calling, there's a hum as you ground deeper, connecting. There's a hum in the earth. The sanctuary, your connection to the earth. There are these beautiful red roots that you are connecting to deep, deep into the earth. There's a bright red energy to harness you in the trust of the sanctuary of your relationship with the earth. Wherever you go, whatever is next in this day, I want to invite you to imagine this illuminated red root connected to the core of the earth that is always nourishing you. And it reconnects every step you make. It reconnects and reconnects. This loving red energy from the earth, from her, from Mother Gaia, from the Great Mother, from and in your body. You are always connected. And let yourself come back up, up, up from this bright red connection, roots, bright red, rooted to the core of the earth. No matter what is happening, there is a rose. Now, as you open your eyes and reconnect to the space you are in, there is a blooming red rose in your hands from the Garden of Joy. Have a beautiful, beautiful day. You are a sanctuary.
Around us, running through the fields of summer joy, we are the child again. Blue, blue magic medicine running through our veins as we remember.
Summer, what a beautiful offering. And to hear Kristen's music and your mutual appreciation for each other is really quite special.
Yeah, that's, sometimes things just like the creation of something is such a precious journey, and to finally share it, and it's yeah, just all the parts of it. Kristen and her voice. I was like, as I was making the video, I was listening to all these different parts of these different things I've done with Kristen, and her voice just, like her album that recently came out, Rain Shine. It's such a catalyst to that creative potential. She's in all of the ways that I continue to dance and support people one-on-one or in groups, that her music is right there. She is right there. And yeah, just thank you for taking the time. It's such a long video. I feel like thank you all of you for being patient, but it is really sweet to share it with the Global Peace Tribe. It feels very, very special.
Lorianne, Tatiana's mother, Lorianne just wrote, "That was extraordinary, Summer. Thank you for sharing. It's exciting. Congratulations. This is beautiful work."
Thank you.
Olivia writes, "What a wonderful shower for the senses. Thank you for this gift, Summer." And so definitely pop on in your chats, and please put into the chat box, Summer, the ways that people can participate in the Garden of Joy. And what are the exact hours you're going to be dancing now?
Yeah. So in that beautiful gift, I can put it back in the chat. I know you put it in the chat a while back, but it has like links that take you to the 24-hour dance event that's in One World. You can RSVP there. I also have a Facebook event that's like all over Facebook pages. It's actually on your Love Coach Academy page, as well as many of our multiple networks of organizations pages. You'll see the 24-hour dance. It's a hummingbird image, just so you know, very beautiful image. Yeah, so
trying because I'm having trouble finding it. So I've opened up your Garden of Joy gifts. Where do we find the 21-day dance?
Okay, actually, this is good. Can we just make our way through
dance for 24 hours?
Oh yeah, go back. Sorry, I just am. This is so great that you show the article. So just scroll down, and so these are 5-minute or more joy washes that I've put together for all of you. So there's videos and these are audios that you can just have. They're just 5-minute little morsels of a taste of the Garden of Joy. Okay. And then in this article, there are direct links. So it's not the hashtags, but if you,
where's the link to where we find out about your 24-hour dance? That's what I'm trying to find.
It's in this article. Sorry, I'm just trying to be patient with where you're scrolling. So see the little link right there. This song will be moving through the 24-hour dance. And
okay. So I want to, because some people want just that, so I'm going to put that link in directly. So the 24-hour dance is going to start on Thursday, December 21st at 11:11 a.m.
Yes.
So how wonderful that Tatiana will be doing her concert while you're starting your dance. I mean, like we really have, and then Kristen has her concert that evening.
With
so it's going to be an amazing night of mute day. Let's do it all, everybody. Let's do Tatiana's concert. Let's dance with Summer. Let's go to Kristen's event in the evening, and I'm going to put all the details on that in for people. So
thank you. Yes. I try to be like, have all the links and all the info in all the places of where the Garden of Joy, because I just am, everybody wants to know all the right links. But there's also my Patreon, which is really part of what continues to allow me to do what I do. And there's a lot of opportunities that I invite people to dance with me, but I also am asking for support financially. And I take good care of my patrons.
She does.
And, yeah, so there's just lots of cool things that I'm weaving with patrons. And the Cosmic Portal Activator, which I brought up in that video, is a new tier. And yeah, so lots of different tier levels. And anyways, thank you so much for taking all of this time. Brother Scott, I
Thank
love you
you.
so much, and it just means a lot. And I love how much you support creative people. I think that that's a huge way we're going to get through these times, is for all of us to lean into our creativity, you know? Like, what is spirit guiding us to creatively express that
Yeah.
brings us to our joy, you know? We all want to see what you're going to create in the world.
Thank you so much, Summer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go ahead and put more links in. I'm trying to put in some, and we love you, and thank you for all that you do.
I
And
love you
I'll be dancing with you on the 21st.
Yeah.
I'll see you. And
That's
so understand it's a Zoom room, so you
Yeah.
see Summer dancing, but you also see the other people that are dancing. You can just watch if you want, or you can turn your camera on. You can dance if you want, or you can just, however. But it's a really fun way for us as Global Peace Tribe to get together, and if at all possible, come in at like early morning, late at night when it gets lonely for her. And it was really beautiful.
I'm never lonely, brother. I'm
Okay,
dancing
good.
with all of creation, you know? And that first hour and last hour are talking circles. So just to clarify that there's a space to kind of like for us to collectively bring our intentions for this world, the first hour, and then the music starts at the top of the hour. So it's 22 hours of dancing.
22 hours of
And
dancing.
then the final hour is a settling in, and whatever we've, I don't even know what life is going to look like after all that, but it'll be, just deep bows to wherever we're all going to be. We can't be everywhere, but we can just be really, really where we are right now, so.
Thank you, Summer. Love you so much.
Love you too.
All right. Well, it's time for some music. And Tatiana, your mother certainly got excited about Summer's offering.
We had the opportunity to actually meet Summer in person, my mom and I, when they were in Vancouver, and it was just like a family reunion. It was amazing. So
it's like homecoming. It was meeting you and your mom.
Yeah, it was really special. I met a few people here tonight, actually, so that was pretty neat to feel that all these online gatherings like really translate into human connection. So like strong human connection, strong bond, and
On Thursday, I mean, I today, just putting it all together, I've comprehended what an amazing day Thursday is going to be. We start with your concert in the morning, then Summer dancing for 22 hours. In the middle of that, we also have the Christian Hoffman concert at 5 o'clock Pacific time. So what a beautiful solstice we're going to have this Thursday.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, I'm going to carry you guys from the Garden of Joy into the Garden of Love, and play you all a love song. And because I believe that at the end of the day, love is what we have, our love for each other, our love for this earth, and the love that we can also give ourselves. It also feels fitting as a way to honor the couple I'm going to be introducing after, to play a love song.
Tatiana is your original sound on.
You're amazing, Omashar. No, it wasn't. How's that now?
Perfect.
Yay. Thank you, Omashar. I appreciate you so much. Oh, let me come to you gently. Let me come to you softly. Let me come slowly. Lead me out into the forest and lay me down beneath the sky. The heavens above us will remember how we loved, how we loved. The heavens above us will remember how we loved, how we loved. And oh, there's truly nothing left to do but give my heart to you and face the unknown. What's the point of this life anyway, if not to love this way? With all that I have, we'll make the angels cry with how we loved, with how we loved, with how we loved. We'll make the angels cry with how we loved, with how we loved, with how we In 1,000 years, nothing will remain of us. So let's love deeply, love each other completely. In 1,000 years, nothing will remain of us but how we loved, but how we loved. In 1,000 years, nothing will remain of us. So let's love deeply, love each other completely. In 1,000 years, nothing will remain of us but how we loved, 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 but how we loved. So let's love deeply, love each other completely. Let's love deeply, love each other completely. How we love, how we love, how we love.
Hmm.
Woo! Woo!
That was so beautiful, Tatiana. That was really, really beautiful. And I just kind of get enchanted when you're playing, I have to say. We want to let people know that she has actually a new website. It's embodiedawakening.ca. Remember, it's CA for Canada, embodiedawakening.ca. And that's where you can get her albums, her music, And again, here's the upcoming event that I really hope all of you will be at. 10 o'clock Pacific time. So it's perfect timing. We can do this and roll right into Summer Joy's kickoff for her dance. So I hope to see everybody at Lullabies for Adults. And you can find that on her website, embodiedawakening.ca. I also see you've got a women's circle. Now I see that it started last week. Can people still come in?
Yes, there is a drop in. Yeah, you can absolutely drop in, and it's been super lovely and nourishing. And there's 2 more until the end of the year, and then I'll start another one in January. But yes, it's welcome to all of you now. And yeah, we're going to meet next Wednesday at 10, and then the Wednesday after again. And it's very similar. I write a new song each week. The circle pulls it out of me. Both of these songs were written for those circles. So each week I'm like spontaneously creating new music. It's actually like it's been very exciting creatively and also super nourishing. It's a very nourishing, restorative, connective space for women that I'm creating.
In a moment, you're going to introduce our very special guests, but I do want to read, there's a few comments that have come in, and there's a touching one from Dr. Laura. She writes, Tatiana, that was sublime. Speaking about hummingbirds, this past summer, one of my favorite dogs in the neighborhood died. His name was Sheffield. And when I heard he had died, I was so sad. I went home and I was standing on my porch, and a hummingbird came and hovered right in front of my face. It was as if it was Sheffield saying goodbye. And you know, we are all connected in ways that these little pea brains of ours can't even fully comprehend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Beautiful. And Summer Joy is asking if there's any songs that you can provide to put in her playlist. And I think that's a wonderful idea.
For sure. Absolutely. I'm actually working on this to turn it into an album. So that's going to be forthcoming early January. And then of course, any other song, Summer, that exists that I have, you're welcome to.
Great.
Yeah. Forever.
Well, it's the great North, sometimes we do shows where a lot of people are from Sedona. This is a Pacific Northwest night. And there are, of course, Summer Joy is up in the Pacific Northwest with John Raymer. And we're going to hear from John a little bit later tonight. But there are 2 very special people that I'm just getting to know. But Tatiana, tell us a little bit about Dr. Jerry and Dr. Desmond.
Sure. Well, there are 2 people that are so dear to my heart. I've known them since I was 8 years old, which is pretty amazing, I think. And I do want to tell a story about this because if it wasn't for Jerry, and I might cry, I would absolutely not be here today, like the person that I am. I was an 8-year-old kid that was struggling so much in school, and I was getting funneled into all the special needs. Like my self-esteem was like really I didn't have any at the time because I didn't have a clue what was going on around me. I had a learning disability that had not been diagnosed. And so I was really, really falling apart behind in school. I couldn't read. The projections from teachers at that time was that I wouldn't even finish high school. I probably wouldn't get past grade 9. So there was like a whole forecast for my future that was looking pretty bleak. And then somehow my mom found out about Jerry Schwartz, and Jerry had this like attitude about my learning and my potential that was just like, absolutely don't tell her about her limitations, change schools, don't tell the new school about her learning issues, just hold a listening for her that she's going to thrive. And she held this view for me, and also created this incredible curriculum that completely began to retrain my mind and my brain and my ability to learn. And in 5 years, I was like starting to actually not only like be capable of being in school, but actually starting to excel and to thrive. And I managed to, graduate from high school honors with distinction and go on to university. And now I write songs and I'm a poet and all these different things. But honestly, at that time, at the age of 8, I couldn't even read a stop sign. So I bow to this woman. She's done this for me. She's done this for so many children that have had learning challenges and completely changed their future. And I feel like it's partly her incredible, like her neuroplastic understanding of the human mind and how to actually educate young people, but it's also her spirit and her attitude of like, absolutely you can overcome this, and absolutely, the human potential is just incredible, and just holding that for me changed my life. So I'm just wanted to share that story. And then of course 4 years ago, she reached out to me and also brought me on board with the Visioneers International Network, which is this beautiful platform that's bringing together leaders and change makers from all around the world. And I've met so many people through working through this, working with this organization, and many of them are here. So I just have the utmost gratitude for these two beautiful human beings and her partner, Desmond Berghofer, as well. They're just a force. They're a team of just a force to reckon with, really. And I'm truly honored to introduce them. And I love them both so dearly. So.
What a beautiful testimonial, and welcome to the Awakening World, Desmond and Dr. Jerry. Thank you both so much for supporting our beloved Tatiana to flower. And I know you requested that we pre-record, so we've actually pre-recorded videos with you, but they are here with us live right now. Is there anything you'd like to say before we play the videos that we recorded?
I would like to say a few things. First of all, this is our first experience, Scott, with your network and your peace tribe. So this was something very special. Just a few observations from somebody beginning, coming in from the outside and seeing this. One of the things that I was so pleased about was to see the multi-generational group that you had together. And this is real, and that people are connected by their spirit and not necessarily restricted by their age. So I wanted to say that. I also picked up something that Chief Phil Lane, who is one of our heroes of humanity and a beautiful soul, said, and that is that we need to focus on the good. We need to focus on the future. And what you're about to hear is not what's wrong, but what we can do, what we are doing, and most importantly, what we are doing together. And the idea of the Visioneers is to build a collaboratory, not of people who are doing the same thing, but like Des and I, our work is complementary. And one of the things that happens in relationships that are complementary is that they become very powerful. And this is a real power. This is a biochemical power, but often we don't know how to take advantage of it. And what the Visioneers have done is created the structure, like the curriculum that you're hearing Tatiana describe. That this is a structured understanding built on science, so that we get the outcome, and that Tatiana's experience is a model of one. She's right, of the hundreds of young people who were transformed because of my incredible faculty who I trained to teach this curriculum. So what I want to say about that is that this platform that we've opened have all kinds of doorways, and all different people can come in of any age, but that what we offer is not what they offer. It's something different. It's based on science. It's based on the curriculum. And it takes whatever they have and transforms it into a power that we can use together. Because if you get all the same people, you don't get the same sort of thing. You get a team of people, each playing different positions, and they come in. That's how you get a championship team. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about champions, about eagles flying, about demonstrating the power. And our symbol is a rainbow eagle to demonstrate our diversity. In other words, we are one species. We don't need to be divided in any way. We need to come together and save this planet for the future generations. So that's what this is about. And just one more thing I wanted to say, that this book that Des has written, this children's book, is one of several children's books that he's written. It has been compared to The Wizard of Oz in terms of what it has to offer. It's a story. It's a story about the potential future. And one time we need to talk further about that.
Well, we'll do that during our Authors That We Love show that you're going to be on in January. So we'll talk about it then. Thank you so much. I'm going to go right into, because we've got 35 minutes of video that I recorded with you that we're going to play. So I'm going to go right into part one of that, and then we'll come back to the live versions of you. And Tatiana, thank you again so much for the beautiful song and the beautiful introduction. And here we are with this power. And I think you'll all enjoy the incredible wisdom you're about to hear.
Okay.
I'm so excited that I get to introduce this beautiful couple to our Awakening World audience. And of course, thank you, Tatiana, for that beautiful introduction. And even though they're in the audience with us, we decided to pre-record this segment so that we would have their slides and everything, really presented exactly like they wanted to. But Dr. Berghofer and Dr. Schwartz, also known as Des and Jerry, have been really contributing to our Awakening World for decades. And it's such an honor to have you with us. Welcome to the Global Peace Tribe.
It's great to be here, Scott.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure.
Now, we're going to talk with each of you a little bit privately, and actually, you're going to kind of go on and off camera. So there'll be moments that will be with both of you, moments will just be with Jerry, moments will be with Desmond. But I'd love to start by asking you, as a couple, and as a beautiful model of a married couple, how has your journey, as all that you've created, all that you've contributed, how has it been as a couple doing that together?
Well,
You want to take a shot of that?
Maybe I'll start. Scott, one of the things that is in my head all the time is my science. So I'm going to answer your question first of all. What happens in a relationship when two people work together is that the internal biochemistry is enhanced and empowers each of them. So because our roles are complementary, we're not competing with each other. We're trying to complement one and the other. And you'll see that today. And so it's very, very important to say that we understand that we have been thriving all this time. A lot of it due to the fact that we're actually exercising our power as a couple, which is enhanced exponentially. And in the same way, I'm going to talk about how this same science underlies what we're all trying to do together, because all our wisdom keepers are telling us that the time for working together is now, that we need to save humanity, and the only way we're going to do it is through this collaboratory that we're building. So that's what we're about today.
Can I have a more simple explanation? I just knew halfway through my life when I met Jerry that this was someone that I could love and work with in a fabulous way, because she had such a great mind and was already embarked on her own journey. So we've just carried it on, complementing each other.
I love both of your answers. Both of your answers really touch my heart and are very inspiring. So, and you met midlife, which is really beautiful, and gives hope to us all, those of us that are. So that's beautiful.
Laura likes the word.
Well, I'm going to ask, my first question, I guess, is going to be for Jerry. And Jerry, I understand you're looking for a sweeping change to a global culture of peace, and we are the Global Peace Tribe. And so you're inviting us as the Global Peace Tribe to join you on this grand adventure. Jerry, can you begin by telling us how you're doing this? What is this sweeping change?
Okay, so you're right that we need a transformation, that the world is going through a pivotal moment in humanity where, in fact, our reality that we know and that we have known for many years is changing in front of our eyes. And some of the things that are happening are not good. So can I answer your question by, first of all, beginning with asking you to press your nose against the for a moment at now, as the media absolutely floods us with this gloomy, smoky, particular point of view, as if it were the whole truth. So through one window, we see the terrible results of war, cities being bombed and people under the most terrible conditions. And we see, especially here in British Columbia, where we have many forests, we see these forests burning with wildfire because of our heating up of our planet. We see rivers of rain causing floods that sweep everything out of the way. They report on crime and greed and every kind of bad thing you can imagine. And as a scientist, I understand that this affects everybody's mind and heart who is open to receive any of the signals that are coming in from these stories. Okay. So now here we are, and we should be feeling, oh, what did she say? Now look at the other side of the window, the right side of the window. And what you see are cities thriving, people going about their activities with smiles and energy, children playing in playgrounds. You see the most incredible culture, advances in science and medicine. And what you see are millions of acts of compassion, kindness, taking place every moment. So there is more than one truth out there. And we'd like to focus the rest of this response that we give on what is going on out there that reflects human nobility and our evolution towards goodness. And luckily, what we understand is this terrific chaos out there produces the opportunity for breakthrough. And so that's where we begin. Breakthrough. How can we scale up the response of millions of people to tell the new story that all of us are interested in supporting? That's what we have in common. How can we do this? So what we have done is we have built a multi-generational, diverse, global website that enables and empowers people to tell their own new story. Okay? So the purpose of what we are trying to do is to show that there's more than one truth, and that 95% of what's going on out there shows our humanity as a noble species. Okay? That we are one species, that we are living in an energetic, connected universe as well as world. This is non-local and it's entangled, and we can be in connection with each other with an open mind and an open heart, and send the signals differently than the ones that are going out right now. So we launched this program 14 months ago, where when we began to promote it and start it, we had about 40 leaders in 3 countries. And over these last 14 months, people have been so hungry for a good side of what we have to offer that we are now sending our work into a network of more than 1,100 people in 62 countries. So that in itself is an amazing phenomenon. And now we have the opportunity to set up what we are trying to do today, all of us, this collaboratory. Because science is having a moment of a renaissance, a renewal at this moment in time, when they're presenting reality with a completely different picture than we have understood. Now, this is a Columbus moment, a moment when it was discovered the world is not flat. And what are we going to do about that? This is a Galileo moment, a moment when Galileo, looking through his telescope, saw that the Earth was not the center of the cosmos, and that magnificent cosmos out there was for us to be explored. So, given that we have this moment, science reveals two streams of information that are very important for us to understand. The first is that the brain is neuroplastic, meaning that at every age, as long as we're living and breathing, we can change and get better so long as our mind and heart are open. So this neuroplastic mind has changed our understanding of what is the most powerful energy in the universe. In the universe, it is not oil, it is not nuclear power, even nuclear power, or even the sun or the wind. The greatest power available to us to do this big job, because of our neuroplastic brain and because of all the things that have been going on at the moment, is you. And here's the thing, that if one of us looks for strategic and fresh new ideas through our own mind, we have magnificent ability to find solutions for the mega problems we face. But the crunch here is that if two people work together, the ability and empowerment is exponential compared to what it is when one person does it. And so what about this collaboratory? When we bring together thousands of leaders, all of whom are doing magnificent things, and we tell the new story together. And that's the opportunity that the Visioneers is providing for the world at this moment in time. And we are living in this moment of history where we will be accountable for either the survival or not of our species, given the mega crises, and we will be responsible when it thrives. So what we need to do is to understand that this reality change is not coming in an airy-fairy way out of the sky. It's coming from quantum physics based on the Bohmian model. And in 2022, 3 scientists received the Nobel Prize by telling us that we are an energetic species, connected. We are one species. And when we harm someone else, we harm ourselves. But when we empower someone else, you can imagine the exponential growth of this empowerment. And later on, I'd like to give you a perfect example about the potential empowerment, upping the scale, upshifting, as Ervin Laszlo says. I'd like to tell you about how we can actually do this. So that's where I'd like to stop for the moment.
Thank you so much. I love how you reference us a couple times as a noble species. And boy, we just sure don't think of humanity in that way very often. And so that's very, very beautiful. We're now going to, I guess, shift over to Desmond for a few moments, and he's going to tell us more about the Visioneers. And I want to say to my audience, I'm really excited about learning about the Visioneers. Of course, we've already heard Tatiana talk about it. A lot of our favorite Awakening World presenters, including Kurt and Leanne, who are here with us tonight, are Visioneers. And so now to tell us more about the Visioneers, I'm going to welcome Desmond back to the screen. Hey, I saw in the chat box people said that that things froze. Did the video play okay? Okay, some are saying the video played okay. Good. Well, thank you, first of all, for sharing that. And of course, a lot of us have been very involved in the Hollow movement, which was also based on some of the work that you talked about. Are you able to hear me okay? Okay, great, good. All right, we're going to go, I guess, to part 2, which is what Desmond had to share. And we're going to hear from them both. And again, everybody, you can find their website at thevisioneers.ca. Thevisioneers.ca. Takes me a moment to pull up this video because it's in a very large folder with a lot of Scott videos. So give me a moment. Come on, where are you? It seems to have disappeared. Visioneers.
Hi, John.
Is John Raymer here?
Yes, he is. He's in the house.
He's also a Visioneer, a proud Visioneer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go with our beautiful presentation from Desmond. So now we're going to hear from Desmond, who's going to tell us about the history of the Visioneers, the book that he wrote, and I'm really excited. Welcome back, Desmond.
Thank you. Great to have this opportunity. I'd like to go back to the early 1990s when Jerry and I had just been married and were beginning our life's work of improving prospects for the future. And I thought that what the world needed was a new story and that maybe I could write it. And yeah, that's a pretty ambitious sort of thing. But anyway, I sat down and did it. And I wrote it as a novel because that's the way you can tell a story. And I created characters, a few of them, about 20, and let them loose in the world to change it. And that's exactly what they did, because you can do that in fiction. And I called them the Visioneers, pioneers of the future. And I added in a love story and a drama of the triumph of good over evil. And that's basically the book. And what I'd like to do now is share my screen and show you what the book looks like from its publication 30 years ago.
Wow.
So the idea, I called it a courage story about belief in the future. And the idea was that a fiction story could be an inspiration for changing reality. And as an example of that, I put a lot of the action of the story in the country of Israel, and the reason for that was that at that time I was writing, there was a lot of conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. Does that sound familiar? And so I created this Palestinian leader who decided that there shouldn't be any more of this, and he put together a group which he called the Palace Group of Palestinians and Israelis who would bring peace to their land and stop destroying each other's dreams. And in that way, of course, the book is timely because that's exactly what's going on in the world today, and it needs to do that. And the more we looked at the book, the more we saw that it was written really for today rather than for the 1990s. And so we decided to use it as the inspiration for this Visioneers project. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. But before I leave the book, I want to say that we also released it as an audio book or an audio version, with just the two of us, sitting down and recording, talking about it, reading the male and female roles, reading excerpts from the book, and having a lot of fun as we did it. And when you listen to it, you'll experience that fun. And we've put all of this now on our website so that people who join us as Visioneers can get a gift of the audio theater of the Visioneers story. The book itself is available on Amazon as an ebook and also in print. And I have a storage of some copies that I send out to people who join us and give us a donation of $50 or more. So that's the story of the book. But what I want to go on to now is the story of the Visioneers project, which Jerry was alluding to. We decided that using the new technology, we could present an alternative to what the mainstream media was telling us. And we knew that there were large numbers of people out there in the world doing good work. These were the Visioneers of my imagination. And but they're living in silos. They're not connected. And so we wanted to showcase their work and encourage them to meet each other and collaborate in a web of good work. And the way we decided to do that was to create what we called a virtual expo. This was based on the international exhibitions and world fairs, where countries put up their pavilions and people come to visit. And in our virtual expo, you don't have to travel because it's right there on your computer on our website. And I'd like to show what that looks like. So here's our virtual expo. It's arranged in 9 corridors or categories. And the way it works is that if you click on any one of these categories, you are taken to a display of all of the pavilions that are operating in that corridor. So let's take education, and you get a display. And the added feature is that you can then go into the details of any one of the pavilions and see the project. And when you do that, and at the top here, we've got some tags which indicate the various areas that this project is contributing to. Not just to education, but to youth, to economic development, and so on. And if you click on any one of those tags, then you are taken to all of the other Visioneers who are working in that area. And so in this way, you can curate your own journey through the web of good work. And so that's an added feature of the site. Now I want to go on to our second pavilion, or our second platform, and this we call the Visioneers Masterworks Emporium. What it is a virtual library modeled on the ancient library of Alexandria, which was set up to preserve the wisdom of the ancient world on papyrus scrolls. Well, in our modern library, we're not limited to writing. We can have all of these other areas of communication. And so we have film, art, poetry, music, photography, and so on. So that's and all of this is displaying the work of the Visioneers clustered in those corridors. And a third platform we call the Wall of Stories. This is a way to connect what the Visioneers are doing to the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And what we have done here is build this wall brick by brick, and each brick is color-coded to one of the goals. And on the website, it builds up in front of you in an animation. And we have our old friend Robert Mueller up here, who spent most of his life at the United Nations playing his harmonica on Beethoven's Ode to Joy. And it's a fabulous presentation. So that's our Wall of Stories, and you can click on any one of those bricks, and that will take you to that particular project. And our fourth and last platform is the Visioneers leadership circles. And what we're focusing on here is we're asking people to turn the lens to their own community and put up the good work that's going on in their own community and anything they can do to add to that. So the idea is that we'll eventually have thousands and thousands of these Visioneer leadership circles showing the good work going on in communities around the world. And a subset of that we call youth leadership circles, to show what young people can do in building good work into their own community. And that's connected to a new initiative that we are now launching called Global Citizenship. And I'm going to leave it to Jerry to come back and explain exactly what we're doing there. But the idea is that the young people of the world can learn to be global citizens to manage this wonderful future but challenging also, that's coming towards us. So I'll leave it at that and invite Jerry to come back.
Beautiful. While Jerry's coming back, and here, let's go ahead. I'm going to go back to myself. While Jerry's coming back, I really want to encourage everybody to start, and if you're watching on Facebook, go right now to their website, which is thevisioneers.ca. They're up in Canada, so it's .ca, not .com, thevisioneers.ca. And we're going to take a look a couple times, but here's the website right now. There is so much going on, so many beautiful things that they've created. And Jerry is going to tell us a little bit more about that. Welcome back, Jerry. This is so exciting, and I'm just so impressed with what you and your beloved partner have created.
All right, so what I'd like to do is to tell you what activities are going on now that you may participate in, and how it's so important for you to share what you learned today. So first of all, I'd like to start by telling you a story. Des said that one of the things we have done is create a virtual international exposition. Now, this theme is in keeping. And so what has happened with the wall of stories is that it's gone from taking just a few seconds to build till now there are so many stories on it that it takes 6 minutes of this animation to go by. Of course, you can stop it at any moment, because as you click on any of these bricks, that pavilion comes up, and from that pavilion you can curate the rest of your own journey as you want, or start again. So that's really important. And so I just like to begin with one of these stories that is close to me, and they'll give you a sense of the extraordinary possibilities for you and your community. One day, about 2 years ago, a young man made an appointment with me at my learning center called the Vancouver Learning Center, where we work with students and young people with learning differences. He sits down in front of me and he says, "Do you remember me?" Well, here's this beautiful young man. I'm looking at him. The eyes look kind of interesting, but I'm not very good at telling lies. So I had to admit to him that I did not remember him. "Oh," he said, "I was here when I was 8, and I was a terrible failure. I couldn't read, I couldn't write or calculate or spell. I was a complete failure in grade 3. Long story short, you fixed me, and now I'm out there in the world." So for a kid with learning disabilities, graduating with honors from high school is a very tough slog, but he did this. And he also earned 2 undergraduate degrees from one of our best universities in Canada, Queen's University. And now he had registered for his doctorate at the University of British Columbia, his home city, in order to complete his education. Also an extraordinary thing. However, he had what we call a gap year. And like many young people, he decided to go about and travel about the world. And he found himself in Africa, in a little village in Uganda. And being very curious, he wondered why the children were not going to school. And so asking the story, he learned that every child from 5 years old on had a job. What was the job? They had to take a pail of water, walk 2 hours every day to a clean water source, and bring the pail back of water, and every drop counted, and that's how the village survived. So I was telling you about people's good work. Aaron found a way to build wells in the village, but that wasn't enough because the children still weren't going to school. So being a techie kind of guy, he came home to Vancouver, and here's what he did. He had young teenagers read children's books into this app, and every time they said a word, the screen lit up. And in this way, with some other help, he was teaching children to read. So to make a long story short, the issue of literacy is incredibly important to young people in the world, especially in a virtual economy. He was teaching them to read a new, which is letting them join the literate population. And from that situation, the United Nations saw what he was doing and brought him to a refugee camp in Uganda, where he was using this program. And what he did was he brought old shipping containers that nobody wanted and built windows and doors to make schoolrooms, and old computers that nobody wanted. And he put his app on these computers, and he brought them into this village, and he was teaching children to read. A few months ago, he came to our faculty meeting where some of the people who have been with us for a long time remembered him. And there wasn't a dry eye on the place when he said, "You taught me to read. Now I'm teaching children to read." And he taught 35,000 children to read. He won the Young Einstein Award on CNN. And now he's working in India and Pakistan. And he has a foundation called the Simbi Foundation, where people have invested millions of dollars in helping him teach children to read. Now, can you imagine this gift from a learning disabled child? And this is what I mean by empowerment and empowerment. And we have on our wall of stories, hundreds of stories like this to encourage and empower others. And when you go to our website and become a Visioneer, you can be in touch with them through the website. So so that's one of the things that's happening on the virtual expo.
First of all, I just want to say, what a beautiful story. That's an incredible story. And you must just feel like the proudest mama. And it's a great example for all of us of how you changed a person who's now changing God knows how many people. And that's the exponential power of this sort of work.
Yes, exactly. So now what we want to do is transform it, not just children, but people of every age, because this is a multi-generational project. And so what we have created is something really quite extraordinary. So as a teacher for a life, and in many of the work, much of the work that I have done, I have been teaching people of every age. What I understand is the power of education is extraordinary. But most of us are so busy these days, we don't have time to spend reading hundreds and hundreds of books. So what we have done is we have created a gap year journey for people of every age, that they can self-curate this journey and connect with all the people who are doing work like them. And we have chosen the most extraordinary wisdom keepers from all these wonderful people who are on our platform, and voluntarily they have worked together. Each of them produced a video of less than an hour in which they talk about their life's legacy, tell us about all the books that they have been reading themselves and the ones they have written, some of whom like Jane Goodall and Jean Houston have written scores and scores, some over 100 books. And this is distilled in less than an hour in this video that isn't just them, but they're being interviewed by an extraordinary interview from the Scientific and Medical Network. And Des and I introduce this and have integrated each one with each one. So when you start your journey with Willis Harman and you learn about his call for global mind change and why he's asking for that, and then after that you go on to Ervin Laszlo, where you hear about his work. Each one of these videos is integrated with the next. So the Ervin's is integrated with Willis's, and then when Jane Goodall comes on, hers is integrated with Ervin's and Willis's, until we come to number 10, where they're all reviewed with little clips saying their key pieces that they're trying to deliver. This wisdom is amazing, and it ends with the 11th episode, where we feature a live clip from Edgar Mitchell's space journey when he was just returning from having walked on the moon. He's coming back and he sees this incredible blue marble, and he has an epiphany right there in front of your eyes. A minute and a half of film given to us by Ions and shared with all of you, in which he talks about his incredible epiphany and the fact that this is one planet. But the most important thing is that these people have been given awards, heroes and heroines of humanity and visionary leaders, so that you can understand that this is coming as a model of human goodness and nobility in lifetimes that have the most incredible wisdom to share. So now you've done this gap year, you've invested your time in listening to these videos at your own pace. And now you have the opportunity, and you are requested to take this wisdom and to turn the lens to your own community and ask the key questions in as to how what you have learned applies to your own community. So for adults and for elders, this is curated by them in their own way at their own pace. But here's the crunch of what I'd like to share. We think that the young generation needs to make an important contribution, and they should and they can. We have created a course in global citizenship for grade 12 students graduating and entering university. This course is being piloted on February the 1st as a university entrance credential. And once the pilot has been established, this course can be taken by anyone, anywhere in the world who becomes a member of the Visioneer platform. And then we can hear about all these things that we could never hear about. So these young people can take advantage of these thought elders who have read hundreds of books themselves, who have maybe written a good portion of them, and apply them to their own community. And so this global citizenship course is offering a new literacy to humanity, either in any age through the self-curated course or guided by one teacher. But here's the crunch. The teachers are given the instructions on how to make this course available not only to one person at a time, but to a whole class of teachers. So it's called Each One Teach One, and built into the course itself is the thinking ability that you need to create fresh, strategic solutions to the incredible problems we face. And so that course, then, which is automatically curated by the site, can be taught at graduation, which is just a few months later, by any of the 30 students who have taken the course. So you see how it's empowered? First, 1 or 2 faculty, then 30 young people can go out into their university world, into the world, and teach this course themselves. It's all online, and everything is built in automatically, and all they have to do is guide people through it. any school participating with us in this can have their whole school taught within 2 or 3 years on this new literacy as a gift to humanity from the Visioneers. So that's the story. If you go and join the Visioneers, you can see that course. It's based on the science of empowerment and on the ability to think in a new and important way. And remember what I said about energy? I said it was the most powerful energy in the universe, the most powerful human energy. So that's what we're releasing into the world. And it's non-toxic, and it doesn't defeat the planet. There you go.
Beautiful. Well, we're going to bring Desmond back and for a final conclusion, but one more time, I just want to show people while Desmond joins us, you can find all of this by going to thevisioneers.ca, as in Canada, thevisioneers.ca. And first off, I want to encourage everybody, click join. Right up in the upper right-hand corner, click join. There's a lot of different levels. You can come in for free. You can come in as a Visioneer, a supporting Visioneer. Let's join and really support this incredible project that they're doing. And then also, if you go to the Wage and Peace Project, click right here, start your journey. That's a really good place to start, where you can start looking at these beautiful videos that she just described, everybody from Jane Goodall to Edgar Mitchell. And I'm proud to say that about, well, half of these people, Irvin Laszlo, have been on, of course, our show, but there's some people here that we haven't seen on the Awakening World. So that's going to be exciting too. So definitely join the Visioneers, and what a beautiful legacy you've created. And it's so well thought out, and it's so complete. It's really, it's an honor to have you on our show and to introduce your beautiful work. And now I know why Tatiana and all of your friends were so excited and have been singing your praises for so long. It's just an honor. I also want to acknowledge that Dr. Jerry Schwartz has written a wonderful book, and you'll have to wait until Wednesday night, January 10th, to learn all about it, because she will be on our next edition, Authors That We Love, where we're going to learn about her book that she wrote. So we're going to get more of you early next year. So we're excited about that. And are there any final thoughts, anything that either of you want to share with our audience before we conclude?
I would just like to underline this last thing Jerry was talking about, an educational project that's being introduced into the formal educational system, because the formal educational system is what builds the world. It's built the world we've got, and now we've got to change it to build the world that we want. And in Canada, we have an association called the Council of Ministers of Education, and they have already endorsed the concept of global citizenship as a sixth competency, along with creative thinking, and so on. And so we feel that by working with the formal educational system now, we can get this whole thing moving and move it up to UNESCO and through their resources into the whole world. And this can be really transformational. So we invite you to keep in touch as we go ahead with this in the next year.
Do I get a turn?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Desmond. Thank you.
I would like to remind people that Einstein said that you cannot find a new and different solution by thinking the same thing and at the same level, that humanity is in a moment of evolution, and that we understand the brain is neuroplastic. Now, this course in global citizenship, whether it's taken by adults or elders of any age who take it as a gap year, or whether it's taken as a course in school, begins with knowledge. And that's why it's very important to take your time and listen carefully to what people are saying in a distilled way. But the course in global citizenship also teaches the 5 competencies, the learning to learn competencies that the Ministry of Education is counting on as competency for high school graduation. But that doesn't mean to say that's the only people who can have it are high school graduates, because it's offered freely to everybody who takes the course. And this course can be edited by teachers so that they use the videos and the parts of it that they want. And their student responses are also automatically online. They can be shared with each other. They learn how to learn, as well as learning the concept of global citizenship. That's the key. People need to open their minds and hearts and their whole gut and self to really understand that everyone has the opportunity to participate in a transformed environment, and that the world is in such a place right now, such an existential moment. Wouldn't it be wonderful if 1,000 of us could start affecting 1,000 others and 1,000 others? And that's how the website is set up, for you not only to take it yourself, but to share and empower. And what it does is it teaches the secondary and tertiary level of thinking, so that you come out not only knowing about global citizenship, but how to think and how to find new solutions. So for this reason, I would really encourage people of good mind and heart to get out there, to invest in themselves and in the knowledge that these wonderful thought keepers have to give us, and to go ahead and let it affect your own community. And tell us about it.
Beautiful. Well, again, this is just a homeopathic dose of the incredible wisdom that you two bring, the beautiful projects that you've brought. Everybody, let's join the Visioneers. Let's be generous and let's donate. Green Energy, they're providing us with all these amazing videos and tools to learn. Let's all take a gap year, metaphorically, and let's all join the Visioneers. Thank you both so much. And Geraldine, I'm looking forward to seeing you again on January 10th. Okay. Wow. I mean, there's so many responses in our chat box. I don't know if you've been reading what everybody's been writing, but already people that are joining. One person has quit her job so she can take a gap year and study everything you've provided. There's a lot of enthusiasm from our Global Peace Tribe for just such an extraordinary thing that you've created. And I hope you are seeing those comments.
Scott, could somebody put on the gap? There were these little on the chat. There were little sort of frozen moments, and one of them came on a key part when I said, "What is the greatest force of energy in the universe?" I'd like to tell them that the greatest force of energy is human creative imagination, and when it's joined with more than one person, when it's joined with a collaboratory, nothing will stop us from saving the world. So, and we are offering this not just to children in schools, but anybody who wants to take this journey can go right to the website, join the Visioneers, and start immediately at their own pace. And once they have had it, they can share it. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get it out there so that people begin to share it. And this is the new literacy. We have to understand that we are global citizens right now, that there are people on this very call from all over the world as a demonstration that we are global citizens, and that if we stop for a moment and stop concentrating on the badness which we hear continuously, and start looking at all the good things that we're doing, how kind we are, how compassionate, what wonderful projects there are. And what we're doing with the website in this wall of stories started off with just a few seconds of stories that now take 6 minutes to go by. and it's growing every moment. And all you have to do to see any of these stories is to just click on the story. Immediately you go to the display and you can then curate your own story from there. So while the technology is way beyond me and our team has put this together, it is a most amazing website. And that's what the future is. And I guess what I'm saying is that we can focus on the present, which is not very good, or we can focus on a future in which we use our creative imaginations to what could be. And on your previous parts of this program, you showed all these wonderful things that people were doing. Now those wonderful people have to then join together and start sharing this in a way that we can scale up, and that the media begins to pay attention, not only in the Facebooks of the world, but in every country's main broadcast systems, whatever they are.
You know, there's war waging in the world right now. We hear it every moment on our television screens. We're talking about waging peace with as much intensity and strategic intention as those who wage war. And this is what we have to do if we're going to get that wonderful future that everyone wants to have. It won't come automatically. We have to do it with intention. And that's what this Visioneers project is all about.
So your peace tribe should be warriors for peace.
Absolutely.
And here is the weapons: education, knowledge, expanding the individual minds, and joining together in hundreds of battalions of peacemakers. Can you imagine that world?
Yes, I can. And that's what we're creating. I absolutely can imagine that. I want to read a couple of quick comments, then I'm going to take people one more time to your website. There's so many comments that have come in, but I've chosen two to share. Carol, who's one of our regulars, she's a teacher, writes, as an international teacher for the past 17 years, this course fits beautifully into the curriculum of the International Baccalaureate program. Global citizenship must be taught, and the United States is way behind in this mentality. I will be looking closely at this program and incorporating it into my curriculum.
Wonderful.
And Tatiana Speed says, truly, the two of you embody the human nobility that you are advocating for. Yes, you are the real deal. So blessed to have your light shining on our path of global peace drivers. Thank you so much, both of you. And one more time, people wanted to know again how to access. So you go to thevisioneers.ca, thevisioneers.ca, and a good place to start is if you go to the Waging Peace Project, click Start Your Journey. That's a good place to start. That's you go through, and that's what they were talking about, these different episodes where there's Jane Goodall and a lot of people you've seen on this show, that Edgar Mitchell, who I interviewed several times before he passed away. Anyway, they've got remarkable stuff, and they're the 10 episodes that they suggested as a good place to start. And Jerry is going to be back on the Awakening World in a few weeks. You know, every few months we do a show called Authors That We Love, and we'll have both of you back now that I know about his children's book. I'd already arranged for Jerry to be back with her wonderful book about a second life as adults as we get older. And so Journeys of Second Adulthood. And that's going to be on Wednesday night, January 10th, our next edition of Authors That We Love. Thank you so much. Thanks for staying up late and being with us. And I know that everybody's quite impressed. And thank you, all my global peace tribers. Almost everybody's still here, even though this show is one of the later shows we've ever done. We are going to have a wonderful KES group healing soon with Deborah Juliet. But John Raymer is here. And John is enlightening our way into beautiful things. He's been very busy with this week-long. John, we did show people when Chief Phil was here a little bit about what's happening this week, but I'd like to turn it over to you to just let people know about what still is available for them to participate in.
Yeah, well, congratulations to what the Visioneers have done with Des and have there. I also have the privilege of doing something I love with someone I love. And you guys got to hang with Summer and know. And I think the best thing I can do for everyone is let them go and give them peace. I don't want to overwhelm folks with more stuff. There's so much goodness here. And part of the challenge that we're addressing, I call an architecture of interconnected communities. You got to meet people where they're at. There's lots of these emerging possibilities here. So you've heard a lot about what we've got planned for the remaining 6 days of enlightening our way together. As you know, Scott, I mean, people's missions are coming into form. It's incredibly inspiring what Ben did with Dubai, what's happening here as we're evolving potential. And Brother Phil finishing this book and writing and lighting these eighth fire all over as prophesied. This is a remarkable time. And Summer's going to be dancing for 24 hours. And just let me show you where it's all accessible to you. It's free to everybody. And there's so many amazing social innovators here. And I could just show you. So this is the Mighty Network. On the left is Enlightening Our Way Together. You see all these different spaces. You go to the hub to get all the help you need. The Hague Center with Anna Marie's got the Unitive Justice. But if I go to one of these spaces, these convergence rooms, and I look at the events, you can see what's unfolding here. So we start in the morning with MLK, from MLK to Native American empowerment, a message from the heart of the Amazon and the Mamos. This is just tomorrow, okay? So many folks doing so many amazing things right now. The future is not like it was in the past. And we know that these brilliant insights and the wisdom that we have needs to turn into real change in the way we're behaving with each other and towards each other. That's why what the Visioneers done is so inspiring. That's why so many of what we're up to, it's no longer time for just putting this forward like theory. It's time to put it into practice. And you could see it here. Jane Goodall and so many folks, and Brother Phil has been such an inspiration to so many of us for so long. So this is just what's happening during the Enlightening Our Way Together inside of one world, where we have really looking, and I mentioned this about an architecture of interconnected communities. I think this is so important because people can easily be overwhelmed. Oh my God, there's so many places to go and so many things to do. Well, we all got to weave our own way through it. But in here, we talk about in detail, how are we going to connect up all these different places? That's why when I see what the Visioneers has done, and on top of that, what the Hula movement has done, and this whole idea of the future of online communities, and how are we going to be able to not get trapped in these different platforms? I have a picture here just to make this point. So we maintain the authenticity and the context we need for the trust we need to really connect, to build these dynamic connections and alliances and not be trapped in these different platforms. There's so many. And Kurt and I have written together and we're working together, and so many of us, to find an easy way to stay connected. We can't do everything. We can't be everywhere, but change happens wherever we are. So working with David Gershon and Peace on Earth by 2030, there's Poe zones emerging. And so many remarkable stories. These tales of synergy are being written by all of us. Deep bows to everyone and what you're doing. If there's any way that we can help, go to One World, oneworld.earth. Go to the hub. You can see the bells keep ringing. People keep making stuff happen. And I'm privileged to serve this way. You know, it's taking responsibility for enabling others to achieve purpose in the face of uncertainty. Those are the words of Marshall Gans. That's leadership for me. That's when I see what you two have done with the Visioneers. It's very similar to what you do too, Scott, bringing light to those that are really taking on the challenges that we're facing by bringing forward new ways of living together. Patricia Ann Davis, living the loving way as a way of life, walking in beauty. The indigenous voices, the youth, the women, art, culture, creativity, it's all emerging right now. What a time to be alive.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Well, thank you, John. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work to pull together this incredible week. I was able to be with you this morning for Harry and
Tamsin, Dr. Tamsin, teaming up for Brand Earth.
Exactly. So thank you for everything you're doing. And yeah, we've got really just one thing after another, and how blessed we are. So I want to give people a little bit of a preview of what we've got coming up. Thank you so much, John. So on Wednesday night, we're going to be with more of our Evolutionary Leader Network friends. Olivia Hansen and Rev Deb went to Dharamsala, India, where they met with the Dalai Lama. And so they're going to share with us all about their experiences on Wednesday night. Also on Wednesday night, Dr. Marty Casey, who had an incredible conversation with the White House yesterday. And she's going to talk about how the White House is now engaging in her programs. So that's going to be our Awakening World show on Wednesday night. And then Thursday, let's all be together. And again, it's going to start with the wonderful concert that I already bought my ticket for, Lullabies for Adults, a winter solstice somatic sound journey with our beloved Tatiana Speed, who of course we've so enjoyed having you with us tonight. Tatiana, it's always really a joy, and I'm really excited about what you're going to provide us on Thursday night, or Thursday morning. And then it's time for Summer J. Raymer. So we go right from Tatiana's concert to Summer Joy, starting her 24-hour experience, an hour of conversation, 22 consecutive hours of dance, and then an hour of conversation. And we'll be with you for that. And then also on Thursday night, our beloved Kristen Hoffman is doing her Sacred Solstice concert. That's going to be at 5 o'clock. That's part of what John was just telling us about, part of the ongoing Enlightening Our Way week. And it's also part of Unity Earth and Unity Earth TV, which is a whole new network. So we've got a wonderful, wonderful week ahead of us. And then next Saturday night is our annual Holy Day show. And we've got Reverend Matthew Fox. We've got Pato and Antoinette. We've got JJ and Desiree Hertok, my co-host, Eden Amadora, and some special surprises. So it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful week. And I'm really excited. Thank you again, Summer Joy. Thank you again, Tatiana. And, you know, we conclude.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
My pleasure. But we're not done
Very
yet.
abundant
There's
time.
more. There's more. Because every Saturday night now, we complete with a KES group healing experience. And that's in collaboration with the Twin Ray community. That's a big part of our community. And, you know, speaking of that, I do also want to mention one other thing, which is our evening meditations that we do. Every night at 6:30 p.m., we do an evening meditation. It's free of charge. Now, I know a lot of you have been coming to them, and I know some of you stopped going because there were a few nights that people that are hosts got confused and didn't show up. But we are making a whole new commitment to really make sure there's always a wonderful host. I'm actually going to be hosting on Monday nights now. So please join us every night, 6:30 p.m. It's a free event, and we drop in and do a beautiful meditation together. Of course, on Wednesday nights and Saturday nights, we do it as part of the Awakening World. And I want to especially encourage people to come on Sunday nights. You see her dancing and moving and grooving. This is Tiara, one of our wonderful Global Peace Drivers. And I try and make it to her meditation on Sundays because she puts so much into it. And I'm putting her on the spot. She didn't know if I was going to put her on or not. But Tiara, when you shared with me how you prepare all day, would you be willing to share that with our audience, please?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, it's a sacred Sunday, and I devote my whole day into the meditation that we experience together that night. And so I spend the day feeling into the collective field. And then about 4 o'clock, I make sure that all the distractions are dispersed. And at 5 o'clock, I get ready and start to set the field. And I actually come into the Zoom room early at about 6 o'clock. And I go into meditation for us. And at that point, I'm starting to feel into our group to see what's being called for to move our energy forward and to create healing and holding. And then at 6:20, I begin. And as people come in, we drop into, sometimes it's a cauldron, sometimes it's as if we're sitting around the fire. And with every person that comes in, you can feel it deepen. And it's so full of love. And it's an amazing experience to be on this end of it, looking into each square, whether the cameras are on or off, and providing what's being delivered for each individual as well as the collective group. And it's such an honor. And then at the top of the hour, we hold space for 7 minutes. It was something that came out of the Twin Ray community. It was a suggestion from the floor that we hold 7 minutes of prayer space for peace. And so what's being created is we spend a lot of the time focused on self-love, really going deep and honoring our own spirit. And then we build the container, getting ready to send that amped up love out into the peace prayer. So we do that for 7 minutes. And then we have one of our members provide singing and flute. And then we close the container, but I actually hold it open. I don't like to end the meeting when people are still percolating and enjoying and experiencing. So I'll stay on usually till 7:30 and hold the space, kind of tuck people in at night and let people drop off as they need to. So it really is an experience. And thank you, Scott, so much for letting me share about it. And I hope y'all can come tomorrow night.
Thank you so much. I'll be there. I'll be there. And thank you for just the incredible dedication that you put into it. So do join us 7 nights a week. It's always best to join just coming straight into the awakening world on Wednesdays and Saturdays. But otherwise, again, you can, I put the link into the chat box. For those of you watching on all the Facebook groups and pages, I'll put this up on my Facebook profile page right now, so you can also get the link that way. So hope to see you tomorrow night for Diara and every night this week for our meditations, and this will continue on. And I want to acknowledge Deborah Juliet. She is who co-created and set up these evening meditations, lined up the hosts, and got it all going. And she is our KES group healer tonight. So welcome, Deborah. It's been a very amazing show. Thank you for being willing to come in and lead the KES group healing tonight. And I turn it over to you to take us into that beautiful experience that you provide.
Thank you so much, beloved Scott, and this beautiful community for having me here tonight again. I know that Uta was on the poster tonight, my beloved sister from Germany. She's unfortunately not capable to take over. And of course, I always here to jump in. And thank you so much, Diara, for the amazing, amazing meditation that you give every time I see you. I'm just like, I'm blown away by the beautiful energy you provide. So it's just wonderful. Thank you so much. You're such an angel and such a beautiful gift for this community. So yeah, I invite everyone to please relax and enjoy however you want, by laying down, sitting, straight or not so straight, because you're probably all tired now. I invite you all to just enjoy what's about to come. It's going to be profound. The month of December, as you maybe know, is the month where we can clear as much karma as during the rest of the year. So it's a very profound month. The solstice next week is also extremely important. I invite you all to maybe wanting to sit down and write down everything you're grateful for 2023, which all the beautiful memories of 2023 and also everything you learned. We can be grateful for like this. Our treasures, our triggers are our biggest treasures. Yeah. And what do you want to release? And then what we do on solstice for the ritual is that we then, after writing everything down, we burn it in a big fire. We meditate together and then we burn it in a big fire. So maybe that's something that you would like to do as well. I find it very, very powerful as it really changes the energy for the upcoming year. So beautiful souls, please relax, sit down, lay down, just enjoy yourself and close your beautiful eyes if you want to. Now would be perfect time to have your last sip of water. Let's start with a prayer. And then I do my best to let the divine heal you all through his body. Still of mind and clear of heart. I enter now into the cosmic portal of holy, where the higher self of this beautiful group awaits. With open heart, complete trust and surrender. And in the name of the divine cosmic Christ, I ask now for the manifestation of the highest timeline reality, for this wonderful group to become realized of mind, body, and soul, with gentle lesson and graceful process, and increase this holding as much as the cosmic love, physical body, and everyone's soul shall allow. I choose now to live in the reality where the healing has already been accomplished. The fates have been altered and our prayers answered through thine holy presence of love. While honoring the free will of all, I give my complete thanks and gratitude for all that has already occurred through your mighty presence and thine eternal life. I am free. The soul is free. All is free. And so it is. Amen. Me, Deborah Juliette Kreuzer, call upon the cosmic Christ, supreme intelligence, to support and facilitate this group KES holding fest. I ask permission from all receivers present to receive this group holding with the highest good and divine grace for all involved. I request, on behalf of this entire beautiful group, become aligned for the duration of this session to the divine intelligence of Christic energy systems with grace, with ease, and with joy. I invite the cosmic Christ energy to connect with us now in the most appropriate way for all involved. May all that transpires in this microcosmic reflection of our group constellation support and uplift the ascension of the entire human collective and all saints in one. I also call forth assistance from the Divine Heavenly Mother and Heavenly Father present to overlight this group container with pure unconditional love from the Most High. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Thank you. And so it Yes, if you want to add some beautiful music, Omar Shan, would be wonderful. Thank you. It is done. It is done. It is done. It is complete. Thank you so much, beautiful Omar Shar, for this wonderful, wonderful music. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, for all that you always do. So good to see everybody still with us. And thank you, of course, beloved Deborah, for coming in and jumping in at the last moment, carrying, I'm sure, a lot of positive energy. You were at the Twin Ray doing holiday decorating today. So beautiful energy for you to bring in with us. Thank you.
Always my honor and my pleasure.
We'll stay on for a moment or two. If anybody wants to put into the chat box what they've been experiencing during this beautiful healing experience, it's always nice to hear from people. If anybody wants to share verbally or put into the writing what they might have experienced, would love to hear what you have to say. And a reminder that everybody's experience is different, and everybody's experience matters. And it's just beautiful to see how many of you are here, and I have been getting a lot of wonderful, positive responses about these KES healings. And again, thank you, Deborah, for all that you've done to help organize it.
My pleasure. Honor.
Is there anything you'd like to share about the services that you offer, Deborah?
No, of course, you always can come, and I have been getting beautiful requests from this beautiful tribe, and I'm going to answer them now. I had an incredible 3 last weeks with so many demands and so many emergency healings and emergency teachings also that I had to give. And so I apologize if I could not reply as fast as I wanted and immediately to everyone. But I have all of your beautiful requests, and many, many requests came in and emails, and I'm going to heal each and every one of you. Basically, just send me an email and I'll get back to you. And I thank you so, so much for all of your love and your trust. And it's really a great honor to be here.
Thank you again, Deborah. All right, her email address is in the Zoom room. And a big hello to anybody watching on all the Facebook groups and pages. Come and join the Global Peace Tribe. Come and be with us. It's really, really easy to do that. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com, and join us. And that way you can come on into the Zoom rooms and be with us directly. We've got a really big week ahead with concerts, Christian Hoffman, Tatiana Speed, Enlightening Our Way Together, and more Awakening World shows, our Holy Day show. So I'm looking forward to sharing all these things with you. It's beautiful to see people, Dorina down in Ecuador, Frode in Europe, friends up in Ashland, Omashar in Colorado. It's lovely to see that we really are truly the Global Peace Tribe. I'm going to go to gallery view. If you want to turn on your cameras, please do. It's beautiful to see 38 wonderful souls still with us at 10 o'clock at night. There's Bonnie and Roger and Lynn and Leaf and Susan. So it's good to see all. And Desmond and Jerry are still with us. God bless you too. Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. We'll see you later on in the week. And have a beautiful Sacred Sunday. I hope to see you in Tiara's Sacred Sunday Twin Ray Meditation Room. Good night, everybody.